Your Excellencies, First Lady, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to the Warsaw Security Forum 2022. My name is Kasia Madeira, I'm a journalist, and I am absolutely thrilled to be here in the 9th edition of this two-day transatlantic conference where we will be discussing the global security challenges that we face right now. We are joined by over 2,000 people here in Warsaw, many more joining us remotely online. So welcome to you all. It is wonderful for all of you who have traveled far, who are joining us from your homes, your offices. A welcome to every single one of you. Please get in touch with us. Your views, we would love to hear. The hashtag is what the young kids call it, is WSF 2022. Please do get in touch with us. We welcome your views. We've seen some great, fantastic comments already. We would love to have more. We want this to be as interactive as possible. Now, please let me welcome some very distinguished guests. In the room, join me in welcoming His Excellency Egils Levits, the President of the Republic of Latvia. His Excellency Mateusz Morawiecki, the Prime Minister of Poland. Her Excellency Ingrida Šimonytė, the Prime Minister of Lithuania. And the Warsaw Security Forum, as its guest of honor, very warmly welcomes Olena Zelenska, the First Lady of Ukraine. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to the Ministers of Foreign and European Affairs, the Ministers of Defence, the Ministers of Energy, the members of national and European parliaments, the Chiefs of Defence, the high-ranking NATO and EU officials, and the leading experts in international security and defence. We will greatly benefit from your experience and your expertise, so welcome to you all. I would like us all now to extend our very warm thanks to our hosts here today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Katarzyna Pisarska, the chair and co-founder of the Warsaw Security Forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear President Levits, Prime Minister Morawiecki, Prime Minister Šimonytė, Madam Zelenska, ministers, members of parliament, all honorable guests, and most importantly, friends of the Warsaw Security Forum. On behalf of the Casimir Pulaski Foundation, it is my immense pleasure to welcome you to the 9th edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. When we met last year, the world was still very much in the midst of the COVID pandemic. Security challenges for the transatlantic alliance and community were mounting, from US withdrawal from Afghanistan, growing tensions on the South China Sea, and surge of illegal migration, often weaponized, as in the case of the Polish-Belarusian border, by malign states. Most of us in this room did not expect the international situation to improve by 2020, did we? But I believe very few of us imagined that in the course of the next few months, Europe would be at war. And yet, here we are. The Russian invasion of sovereign Ukraine has dramatically changed the European security landscape, affecting first and foremost us, Central and Eastern Europe. As a consequence, the entire continent is experiencing multiple shocks in energy, economy, food security, with a huge spillover effect that is felt globally. But let me be crystal clear here. This war has not started on February 24th, 2022. It has been waged on us a long time ago by Vladimir Putin and his cronies. It is a war against democratic societies. It is a war against the rules-based international order. It is a war that we, the West, have ignored and downplayed for much too long. Just think about it. Cluster bombing of Grozny, 1999. Invading and occupying parts of Georgia, 2008. Committing endless war crimes in Syria and Mali, and finally annexing Crimea, which was then followed by an 8-year of protracted war against Ukraine and Donbass. On top of that, supporting anti-democratic movements, interfering in our elections, spreading disinformation, using chemical weapons as assassination techniques. The list of Russian international law violations just goes on and on and on and on. Then why has Russia successfully continued to deploy its wartime tactics in times of peace and escalated them? Because we did not react. Because we allow weakness to be ruthlessly exploited and used against us. And this evil would have continued to spread, leading us eventually to lose the war of not our choosing, a war of not our choosing, had it not been for the people of Ukraine. 7 months ago, our neighbor has stood against the second largest army in the world and shed blood to defend its sovereignty and democracy and territorial integrity. With that, it did not only fight for its freedom, but most importantly, it is fighting for ours. And it is thanks to the unwavering determination to name and oppose evil that today we stand a chance to win this war. With that, I would want to recognize every Ukrainian in this room and deliver words of gratitude on the hands of our guest of honor, First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska. Thank you for what you have been doing for freedom. However painful it is to say for me, war is no stranger to Poland. And it's no stranger to the city, Warsaw. The scars of the Second World War and those from the Russian occupation that would follow for the next 4 decades still run deep in Polish souls. Watching the horrific images coming from Ukraine, we relive our own history, one that should have never been repeated. And this is why, on February 24th, no one in this country remained indifferent. I remember the first weeks following the Russian invasion as through a haze. Our entire Casimir Pulaski Foundation, as millions of Poles, worked day and night to help however we could. We evacuated families of our Ukrainian friends, many here today. We donated our salaries to buy medical equipment and helmets. We were trying to find ways to transport people through the border when it was extremely difficult. It was a scary time, with many of us fearing that Kiev would fall within days and that the Russian army would eventually reach the Polish-Ukrainian border. But I also remember how impressed I was by our Ukrainian friends who, after arriving to Warsaw, often with very small children, immediately opened their laptops and began their work, creating networks of support, creating networks of advocacy on behalf of Ukrainian resistance and the war effort. And yes, Hania, Daria, Olena, I'm thinking of you. You have done the impossible possible. These actions bore tangible results and helped the transatlantic community unite. Seeing the determination of each Ukrainian to fight has contributed to an unprecedented unity among the West, growing military assistance for Ukraine, and EU sanctions against Russia. It was a collective victory of all of us, a moment to be proud of. But let's remember, this war is not over. It might not be over soon. And this is why we need the help of every person in this room. The Warsaw Security Forum, created in response to the 2014 Russian annexation of Crimea, has always brought policymakers, experts who understood the nature of the challenge that our transatlantic community faces. But this year, we need to be smarter, faster, more agile to create both policy recommendations, but most importantly, policies which will allow Ukraine to defeat Russia. The 9th edition of the Forum is historical not only because of the clarity of purpose, but also because of its size. With over 2,000 delegates, 200 speakers, 4 tracks, I know we can and will make a difference, because freedom comes to those who fight. With this, let me conclude by wholeheartedly thanking our partners, which for years now have been supporting the Warsaw Security Forum. I am grateful to our co-organizer, the German Marshall Fund of the United States, for creating and co-creating this event with us. I applaud our strategic partners, the National Security Bureau of Poland and Minister Paweł Soloch for supporting us, and of course NATO headquarters, who has made the Warsaw Security Forum its flagship event. I thank the 50 institutional corporate program partners, and finally, as Germany is the guest country of the 2020 edition, I want to recognize here our German guests and partners. Over 24 strong members of Bundestag delegation, many representatives of the German Federal Foreign Office, the German Defense Ministry, the German Embassy, who created and co-created with us this format, and numerous international partners and institutional partners. Ladies and gentlemen, as Albert Einstein once said, the world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it. I rest assured that the Warsaw Security Forum community gathered here today will continue to make the world a safer place with the collective actions we take on together every day. Thank you very much.
Professor Pisarska, thank you so much. And those words will continue to echo throughout today's conference, through this 2-day conference. The inaction, let's change that. Let's make action. Because having witnessed the tens of thousands of people fleeing Ukraine, we need to remember what is at stake here. I know you do every single day. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming now to the stage Michał Baranowski, co-chair of this event, and also from the Warsaw office of the German Marshall Fund of the US.
Welcome all. Madam First Lady, it's wonderful to have you with us. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Madam President of German Marshall Fund, Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Defense, ambassadors, and many, many friends and thinkers. It's wonderful to have you with us at this Warsaw Security Forum. We are meeting in a very dangerous moment. I don't have to tell you that this is a dark time that we are all threatened by the evil coming from the east. Many people are saying that the winter is coming, but we all know that worse thing can come from the east than winter. We are in a dangerous moment, but I would ask us all here to do a very hard and important work for the coming few days to really think past this very moment that we are finding ourselves in. When I was talking with Ukrainian friends, actually only last night, they reminded me that they said, we have crossed the line of fear. We have crossed the line of fear. I think this is where we need to find ourselves. We need to think beyond the very dangerous moment when we are threatened with nuclear weapons, when our friends in Ukraine are being killed, when it's really Ukraine that is standing between us and the aggressor. Thank you to our Ukrainian friends for being the shield of Europe. We know this. We will continue to be with you and advocate for you and support you, not because we are so generous. We are doing this in our own best interest. You have our back, we have your back. So thank you very much, especially Madame Zelenska. Ukraine has declared willingness and desire to join NATO. This is something that will certainly be a big topic of this year's forum. It's not an immediate prospect, but a prospect that nonetheless it's hard to imagine will not happen in the future. The future, the way we are discussing it already, goes beyond the evils of today, go beyond, frankly, the imperial Russia that is inflicting these evils on Ukrainians today, on Georgia yesterday, and perhaps, if we don't stop them, closer to our shores tomorrow. But the process, if we stick with it, the process of pushing back on imperialist Russia has a chance of creating a new European security order. And this is what I would ask you, ask us, to think about. Think about new solutions and new destinations. The mistakes made by Russia, by Putin's Russia, are such that it's really very hard to imagine how they will ever be able to get from the corner that they put themselves into. So even though we are in dark times, let's imagine the order that comes beyond the horizon. Let's think about the new energy policy that can come out from us disentangling ourselves from energy ties with Russia. Let's think about the future of Europe. The guest country at this year's Warsaw Security Forum is Germany. I think we can imagine also a good future for Polish-German relations that could be an engine for support for Ukraine and creating this new European security order. These are all ideas that are at this moment beyond the immediate horizons. But if we if we continue the pressure, create the right security environment, this will also be the only way to deliver the Marshall Plan for Ukraine that my boss, Heather Conley, will speak to much more in the coming minutes. So this is the homework for us all. From the organizers, from the German Marshall Fund, from Pulaski Foundation, we are extremely happy to see you here, to be part of this year's Warsaw Security Forum. The place to talk about the future of European security order is here. It's here in Warsaw, on the borders of Ukraine, and on the eastern flank, given the gravity of the transatlantic alliance has shifted to the east. So with that, I wanted to thank you for joining us, and I wish you really a very fruitful days of discussion, debate, and really creative thinking. Thank you very much.
Michał Baranowski, thank you very much. And once again, thank you for just reminding ourselves that we need solutions, we need action. Otherwise, of course, this is empty words. So thank you. And we will be talking through solutions, actions, learning from everybody's expertise throughout this very important, historic two-day conference. Distinguished guests, please join me in welcoming onto the stage Minister Paweł Soloch, the head of the National Security Bureau and the State Secretary at the Chancellery of the President of the Republic of Poland.
Szanowni Państwo, chciałbym serdecznie przywitać wszystkich Państwa w imieniu prezydenta Andrzeja Dudy, swoim oraz podległego mi Biura Bezpieczeństwa Narodowego, które ma zaszczyt być partnerem strategicznym Warsaw Security Forum praktycznie od początku istnienia tej inicjatywy i tak wspaniałego przedsięwzięcia. W pierwszym rzędzie witam pana prezydenta Łotwy, Eglisa Lewiza, pana premiera Mateusza Morawieckiego, panią premier Litwy Ingridę Šimonytę. Szczególnie witam pierwszą damę Ukrainy, panią Olenę Zełenськą. Pan prezydent Andrzej Duda prosił osobiście mnie, żebym przekazał na pani ręce wyrazy szacunku i wdzięczności za waleczność i odwagę narodu ukraińskiego, broniącego dzisiaj swojej niepodległości, ale broniącego też wartości, które my tutaj wszyscy zgromadzeni na sali wyznajemy, broniącego nas. I za to w imieniu pana prezydenta chciałbym pani bardzo podziękować. Wśród licznie przybyłych gości chciałbym też powitać grupę uczestników konferencji z Niemiec na czele z minister spraw zagranicznych, panią Annaleną Baerbock. Niemcy na tegorocznej edycji Warsaw Security Forum są państwem partnerskim. To ważne dla zbliżenia naszych perspektyw. Szanowni Państwo, przez 8 kolejnych edycji Warsaw Security Forum nie było sytuacji, by między dwoma naszymi spotkaniami bezpieczeństwo międzynarodowe pogorszyło się w tak dramatyczny sposób. Niedawno zaskoczyła nas pandemia, jednak tym, co podkopało fundamenty naszego bezpieczeństwa, jest oczywiście agresja Rosji na Ukrainę. Musimy dziś spojrzeć prawdzie w oczy. Agresja ta była możliwa, bo zła była polityka euroatlantyckiej wspólnoty wobec Rosji. Polska i inne państwa regionu od lat apelowały o więcej trzeźwości, zdecydowania w relacjach z Rosją. Niestety wcześniej nie traktowano naszego głosu poważnie. Przegapiono moment, w którym należało porzucić złudzenia, że Rosja chce być naszym partnerem. Moment, w którym był czas na powiedzenie nie eksportowaniu przez Rosję niestabilności na wszystkich kierunkach geograficznych i na wszystkie możliwe sposoby. Dopiero od 24 lutego tego roku globalna koalicja państw wspierających Ukrainę buduje spoistość i solidarność. Szczególnie teraz, kiedy Rosja ogłasza światu bezprawną aneksję ziem ukraińskich, potrzebujemy więcej współdziałania niż dotychczas. Przedwczoraj prezydenci 9 państw Europy Środkowo-Wschodniej wydali oświadczenie, że aneksja ta nigdy nie będzie uznana, a wszyscy, którzy popełniają zbrodnie agresji, zostaną pociągnięci do odpowiedzialności. Przypomnieli też o decyzji ze szczytu w Bukareszcie w 2008 roku o przyszłym członkostwie Ukrainy w NATO. Wierzę, że takie sygnały popłyną też z dzisiejszej konferencji. Nie możemy też dać się zastraszyć żadnemu szantażowi, w tym także nuklearnemu ze strony Rosji. Musimy przypomnieć, że odstraszanie i obrona NATO opiera się na zdolnościach konwencjonalnych, obronie rakietowej, ale także i zdolnościach nuklearnych. Od tego, czy zdobędziemy się dziś na bolesne, ale mimo wszystko krótkotrwałe wyrzeczenia, chociażby z powodu kryzysu energetycznego, zależeć będzie długoterminowe bezpieczeństwo i stabilny rozwój naszych państw. Co zatem czynić? Szanowni Państwo, po pierwsze, Rosja musi przegrać tą wojnę i zgodzić się na powrót Ukrainy do granic konstytucyjnych sprzed 2014 roku. Wszechstronne wsparcie Ukrainy na jej drodze do zwycięstwa powinno mieć dla nas charakter pierwszorzędny. Jesteśmy w stanie wspólnie osiągnąć ten cel. Powtórka z roku 2014. Nowe porozumienia mińskie nie wchodzi w grę. Ukraina dobrze to wie i my też jesteśmy o tym głęboko przekonani. Dopiero po pełnym zwycięstwie Ukrainy powinniśmy zastanowić się nad miejscem Rosji w architekturze bezpieczeństwa. Dziś Ukraina potrzebuje przede wszystkim uzbrojenia. Dajemy go ciągle za mało. Polska zdecydowała się znacznie nadwyrężyć swój potencjał obronny, przekazując pokaźne ilości sprzętu Ukrainie. Nasz kraj jest drugim po Stanach Zjednoczonych donorem pomocy wojskowej dla Ukrainy. Podkreślę również ogromny wysiłek Wielkiej Brytanii oraz państw bałtyckich, które procentowo w stosunku do wielkości swojego PKB są w ścisłej czołówce donorów pomocy wojskowej. Polska liczy też, że inne państwa zwiększą sobie wsparcie wojskowe dla Ukrainy, zwłaszcza chodzi o broń ciężką. Liczymy na większe zaangażowanie Niemiec w tej sprawie. Zapewnienie dostaw broni dla Ukrainy wymaga zwiększenia zdolności produkcyjnych przemysłu obronnego po obu stronach Atlantyku. W tej chwili produkujemy za mało, za wolno, by wspierać Ukrainę i jednocześnie wzmacniać własny potencjał wobec wzrostu zagrożenia ze strony Rosji. Polska podejmuje konkretne działania w tym kierunku. Świadczą o tym prowadzone na dużą skalę zakupy zbrojeniowe. Musimy też pomagać Ukrainie finansowo, gospodarczo i humanitarnie. Polska jest w tych działaniach aktywna. Przypomnę to, o czym mówiła pani profesor Pisarska. Przyjęliśmy największą, ponad 2-milionową grupę uchodźców z Ukrainy. Pomagamy im zarówno przy wsparciu ze strony państwa polskiego, jak też przez spontaniczne zaangażowanie polskich obywateli. Pamiętajmy też o konieczności podtrzymania funkcjonowania państwa ukraińskiego. W tym względzie konieczne jest dużo większe zaangażowanie innych państw oraz organizacji międzynarodowych, w tym przede wszystkim Unii Europejskiej. Wciąż nie przekazała ona 3 miliardów euro zatwierdzonych jeszcze w maju 9 miliardów wsparcia finansowego dla Ukrainy. Prezydent Andrzej Duda niejednokrotnie apelował o jak najszybsze uruchomienie tych środków. Po drugie, jeśli chodzi o Rosję, to sankcje. Dostrzegamy potrzebę nakładania kolejnych sankcji na Rosję, uderzających kompleksowo w gospodarkę rosyjską. Jednym z priorytetów jest tutaj ustanowienie limitu cen na rosyjską ropę. Co ważne, sankcje muszą w sposób maksymalny utrudniać rozwój gospodarczy, dopóki Rosja jest krajem agresorem, uniemożliwiając wykorzystanie technologii niezbędnych do dalszego prowadzenia wojny, ale także powinny skazywać Rosję na regres cywilizacyjny. Podejście określane mianem Wandel durch Handel, przekształcenia dzięki handlowi, powinno odejść do przeszłości. Symbolem tego były gazociągi Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2 i to, co się z nimi stało. Stanowisko Polski w tej sprawie zawsze było jasne. Przytoczę tutaj słowa pana prezydenta Andrzeja Dudy, które wypowiedział tutaj w trakcie zeszłorocznej edycji Warsaw Security Forum. Ten gazociąg nigdy nie powinien powstać. To błąd o znaczeniu strategicznym dla całej wspólnoty transatlantyckiej. Nie mamy już złudzeń, że dzięki rozwojowi współpracy gospodarczej Rosja będzie transformować się w stronę wolnego rynku i demokracji. Musimy uzyskać całkowitą niezależność ekonomiczną i energetyczną od Rosji. Tylko w ten sposób usuniemy dźwignię rosyjskiego nacisku na nas. Polska, kierując się tą przesłanką, już od szeregu lat podejmowała działania na rzecz dywersyfikacji źródeł pozyskiwania gazu. Przypomnę, że w zeszłym tygodniu miała miejsce uroczystość uruchomienia gazociągu Baltic Pipe. Wcześniej uruchomiliśmy działania gazoportu w Świnoujściu. Namawiamy, by inne państwa europejskie podążały tą drogą. Po trzecie, my sami powinniśmy adaptować się do nowej rzeczywistości, szczególnie jeśli chodzi o 2 filary bezpieczeństwa euroatlantyckiego, NATO i Unię Europejską. Sojusz Północnoatlantycki nie może dziś zatrzymać się na ocenie, że agresja na Ukrainę pokazała cały szereg niedoborów armii rosyjskiej. Nie miejmy złudzeń. Priorytetem rozwoju rosyjskich sił zbrojnych pozostają operacje bojowe dużej skali. Zrobi wszystko, by uzupełnić i rozwijać zdolności wojskowe utracone na Ukrainie. Dlatego powinniśmy podążać ścieżką wyznaczoną na szczycie NATO w Madrycie, przejścia na flance wschodniej sojuszu od wysuniętej obecności wojskowej do wysuniętej obrony. Zastąpienie odstraszania by punishment odstraszaniem by denial. Potrzebujemy więcej sił dyslokowanych na stałe w naszym regionie oraz sił dostępnych do przerzutu na wypadek zagrożenia. Podjęto w NATO w tych sprawach kierunkowe decyzje. Musimy konsekwentnie dążyć do ich uszczegółowienia i wdrożenia na przyszłorocznym szczycie w Wilnie. Eksplozje Nord Stream 1 i 2 miały miejsce w dniu otwarcia Baltic Pipe. Pokazują, że Sojusz musi być przygotowany do ochrony infrastruktury krytycznej zarówno na Morzu Bałtyckim, jak i w innych regionach oraz do odpowiedzi na tego typu hybrydowe zagrożenia. Przystąpienie Szwecji i Finlandii do NATO sprzyjać będzie realizacji tych zadań. Polska wierzy w szybkie zakończenie procesu ratyfikacji protokołów akcesyjnych obu państw. Szanowni Państwo, Unia Europejska to nie tylko sankcje i działania na rzecz osiągnięcia niezależności gospodarczej, czy energetycznej wobec Rosji. To przede wszystkim perspektywa członkostwa dla Ukrainy, co Polska zdecydowanie popiera. To także wspólna polityka bezpieczeństwa i obrony. Musi ona zostać dostosowana do nowych realiów. Przez lata wychodziła ona bowiem z założenia, że zasadnicze zagrożenia dla Unii pochodzić będą z kierunku południowego. Wspólna polityka bezpieczeństwa i obrony powinna umożliwić kompleksową odpowiedź na wszystkie wyzwania stojące przed Unią Europejską, zwłaszcza ze wschodu. Wydaje się, że może ona także odegrać istotną rolę w szkoleniu wojsk ukraińskich, wzmacniając wsparcie poszczególnych państw. Polska jest gotowa zaangażować się jako państwo ramowe w przyszłą unijną misję szkoleniową dla Ukrainy, widząc jednocześnie miejsce na większą aktywność NATO w tej kwestii. I wreszcie po czwarte, musimy podejmować wysiłek na rzecz ograniczenia rosyjskich wpływów w świecie. Dziś dla wielu państw Afryki, Azji czy Ameryki Południowej Rosja skutecznie trafia ze swoim przekazem oskarżającym bogatą północ o ekspansję kosztem słabszych państw. Fakty są tymczasem zupełnie inne. Jednym z najbardziej tragicznych globalnych skutków rosyjskiej agresji na Ukrainę jest kryzys żywnościowy oraz widmo głodu, które zawisło nad znaczną częścią świata. Rosyjska propaganda jest w stanie dotrzeć do dotkniętych tym widmem państw z przekazem, że winny tej sytuacji jest Zachód. Musimy temu przeciwdziałać. Prezydent Rzeczpospolitej Polskiej pan Andrzej Duda odbył na początku września wizyty w krajach zachodniej Afryki, Nigerii, Wybrzeżu Kości Słoniowej i Senegalu. We wszystkich tych państwach rozmawiał z przywódcami o bezpieczeństwie żywnościowym, wskazując, jakie skutki niesie ekspansja rosyjska. Szanowni Państwo, podsumowując to wszystko, widzimy skalę wyzwań, przed jakimi stoimy. W imieniu pana prezydenta Andrzeja Dudy, swoim własnym, wyrażam przekonania, że takie spotkania będą służą już teraz wzmacnianiu naszej jedności i spójności wobec rosyjskiego zagrożenia. Jeszcze raz pięknie dziękuję organizatorom, zarówno Fundacji Pułaskiego, jak i GMF-u. Dziękuję za uwagę.
Minister Solok, thank you very much for reminding us, the international community, that we must not be blackmailed by Russia. Also for reminding us that we all support Ukraine. So in that spirit, distinguished guests, please rise to welcome on stage in person the First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Olena Zelenska.
Thank you very much. Дуже дякую. Шановні пані та панове, дуже рада бути сьогодні на польській землі і рада особисто мати можливість подякувати Польщі за все те, що ви для нас зробили з першого ж дня початку повномасштабного вторгнення Росії в мою країну. Дякую. Ви перші зрозуміли, що це війна не тільки проти України. Про це сьогодні казали і ще скажуть, тому що це важливо. Це війна проти людських цінностей, загальнолюдських цінностей, таких як право на свободу, дім, країну, мову. І ви зрозуміли, що Україна зараз відстоює не тільки себе, вона боронить світ від того, що несе з собою Росія. На жаль, ми всі бачимо, і ви бачите, що вона з собою несе кожного дня в новинах. Кілька днів тому Росія вбила ракетою цілу родину в середмісті міста Дніпро, що знаходиться далеко від лінії фронту. Одночасно загинули бабуся, мама та двоє дітей. Вже наступного дня ракета вбила 25 людей в Запоріжжі. Вони були в автівках на дорозі. В одній з таких автівок живою залишилася лише 3-річна дитина, її батьки загинули. Тобто, програючи в протистоянні з військовими, Росія намагається воювати з мирними людьми. Сьогодні вже казали, що зима близько. І Росія хоче заморозити нас перед цією зимою. Коло мого міста, рідного міста Кривий Ріг, є велика ТЕС, і росіяни обстрілюють її регулярно, сподіваючись вивести її з ладу, щоб якомога більше людей з цього регіону замерзло. На минулому тижні поранено одразу 14 енергетиків. Був удар касетними снарядами, які заборонені. Він прийшовся безпосередньо по стоянці службового транспорту. Люди якраз намагалися заступити на наступну зміну. Зараз всі ці 14 людей знаходяться в лікарні. В той час, коли Росія полює на мирних мешканців, на мирних українців в Україні, я подвійно вдячна Польщі за кожне життя, яке ви вберегли, прихистивши в себе наших людей, які втікли від війни. За кожну українську дитину, яка прокинеться вранці завдяки вам. Ще раз дякую. Я щиро дякую президенту Республіки Польща Анджею Дуді, його дружині пані Агаті, польському уряду і парламенту, і кожному польському платнику податків за величезну підтримку. Ми знаємо, що ця допомога – це велике випробування для вас, для вашої економіки. Доки з нами агресор воює ракетами, з вами він воює економічно. Саме тому це війна, гібридна війна світового масштабу. І ви в ній зайняли принципову і безкомпромісну позицію. Я б хотіла закликати усіх тут присутніх не боятися зайняти правильний бік, саме так, як це робить Польща. Адже, як я вже казала, це війна цінностей. Не можна, щоб Росія створила прецедент, щоб агресія стала мовою вирішення питань у світі. Не можна, щоб ракети, які цілять у житлові будинки, стали загально прийнятним аргументом вирішення суперечок. Не можна, щоб ядерний шантаж став нашим повсякденним життям. Я надзвичайно рада, що сьогодні в Варшаві ми маємо унікальну можливість поспілкуватися з нашими міжнародними партнерами, союзниками і друзями, які також не стоять осторонь і надають велику підтримку і допомогу в цей складний, надскладний час боротьби моєї країни. Війна все ще триває. Ми все ще потребуємо військової, фінансової та гуманітарної допомоги. Але знайте, будь ласка, що ваша підтримка Україні сьогодні – це допомога не тільки нам. Це серйозна інвестиція у безпеку і стабільність регіону, Європи, світу в цілому. Інвестиція у створення світу, в якому ми всі хотіли б жити і ростити своїх дітей. Маємо зробити все, щоб теперішні і майбутні покоління наших з вами народів ніколи не зазнали тих страждань, жахіть, які російські окупанти приносять сьогодні в мою країну. Зупинити агресора можна тільки разом. Тож давайте зробимо це заради нас. Дякую за увагу. Ще раз дякую, Польща. Dziękuję, Польсько.
Distinguished guests, we are just so happy to have the First Lady of Ukraine here in Poland. I know you said you were happy to be here. We are so thrilled to be here, and we all support the bravery of your country. But it's about rebuilding Ukraine that is very much now at the forefront of our minds, ending this war and rebuilding this nation of such brave people that we have been hearing about. Thank you so much, Olena Zelenska. Thank you. So please join me now in welcoming the President of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, Heather Conley.
Well, good afternoon, Your Excellencies, dear guests. On behalf of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, I am incredibly pleased to be with you, and we are always delighted to be in partnership with the Pulaski Foundation as co-organizers of the Warsaw Security Forum to exactly drive those new ideas, those solutions, those needed actions. Madam Zelenska, what a privilege it is to have you with us here today. Thank you for reminding us that we must be strong and brave and to stand for what is right, no matter the cost. We gather here at the Warsaw Security Forum, as many have said before me, at an exceptionally dangerous moment for the international system and for transatlantic security. And nowhere do we feel that moment more than along NATO's eastern flank. And this is exactly why we gather here in Warsaw and why this forum has played such a vital role in shaping our deterrence and defense policies since 2014. Dear guests, Vladimir Putin's most recent speech, or more accurately, the condensed version of his 30 years of anti-Western grievances, was delivered on September 30th. Ironically, the anniversary date of the Munich Agreement, when the United Kingdom and France agreed to Hitler's annexation of the Sudetenland. While either historically ironic or purposefully telling, this date is a vivid reminder of our generation's duty to stand up to authoritarian aggression. But unfortunately, in the 21st century, we have failed in this task, first in 2008 and again in 2014. And it tragically took another war and another annexation in 2022 to convince us that there can be no further appeasement. We know only too well what occurs when a leader speaks to unite historic peoples and proactively seeks to commit unspeakable atrocities. As a values-based alliance, as a democratic people, we must act. Russian officials have described this as a holy war against the West. It is a war against the United Nations Charter. It is a war against the dignity of the individual and their right of choice. It is a war that the democratic West cannot afford to lose. Among the many devastating weapons the Russian government wields to pursue its war, the one it chooses to wield with the most devastation, I believe, is fear. First and foremost, Putin needs the Russian people to be afraid of the consequences should they question his leadership or decisions. And the Kremlin wants the United States and Europe to be very afraid of Russia's potential use of nuclear weapons so that they will agree with his vision of a great historic Russia. And Putin wants the Ukrainian people to be afraid of what he has and will continue to do should they not subjugate themselves to Russian influence and rule. But the Ukrainian people are not afraid. And thank you, Madam Zelenska, for reminding of us that. And we must not be afraid. We too must cross the line of fear, as my colleague has said. We must be brave and remain united and confident in our strength despite threats to use unspeakable weapons of mass destruction. We must be confident in the democratic promise that there will be a better tomorrow, no matter how dark today may be. It was 75 years ago, in 1947, a US Secretary of State, in a very short speech, described what a more hopeful tomorrow there would be for Europe during a very dark moment. And that was the Marshall Plan. It delivered hope to millions of Europeans. 4 years after that announcement, the 16 recipient countries had already surpassed pre-war economic growth, and Europe had begun to integrate. As president of an organization that is the living memorial to the Marshall Plan, I know we must deliver that same promise of hope to Ukraine and that we will help rebuild their country with our support. We need a modern Marshall Plan for Ukraine. In 1949, 12 countries signed the Washington Treaty that created the North Atlantic Treaty Organization to, quote, reaffirm their faith in the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and to safeguard the freedom, common heritage, and civilization of their peoples, founded on the principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. This is the faith that we must keep in response to an unholy war. 30 years ago, the United States kept the faith with the so-called captive nations. We kept the faith with our NATO allies to see the Berlin Wall fall and German unity that we celebrated yesterday. And for our Central European allies and partners, this is also the faith that we have kept and will continue to keep. And for our Ukrainian friends, this is our promise to you that a better day will lie ahead. For as the Bible commands us, be not afraid. We will not be afraid. We will be successful, and we will rebuild Ukraine. With great thanks and with warmly welcoming, I welcome the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, Dr. Casimir Pulaski, to the stage. Thank you all very, very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you now to the opening panel of the Warsaw Security Forum entitled Europe at War, discussing Central and Eastern European support for Ukraine. It is my immense pleasure to invite to the scene Prime Minister of Poland, Mateusz Morawiecki. Panie Ministrze. And Prime Minister of Lithuania, Ms. Ingrida Šimonytė. Thank you very much, Prime Ministers, for agreeing to join this panel at this critical time. And let me go straight to the point. When you look at the last 6 months and what has happened since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, what are the key lessons we have learned here in this region, Central and Eastern Europe, about our security? Prime Minister, let's start with Prime Minister of Lithuania.
Thanks a lot. I was thinking about this on my flight, and I was thinking, have there been any lessons that we haven't learned before? We always knew that Russia is a real threat. We always knew that Russia doesn't need real pretexts for doing whatever it might think fit. We always knew that, it's, it's our vital interest to have strong transatlantic community and the transatlantic community to really understand what is Russia about. We always knew that it's our geopolitical interest to have Ukraine, Moldova, and other countries of the region within our understanding of things, so to say, within the democratic community. And we always knew that Russia will use whatever, food, energy, anything it can for geopolitical reasons, because it's never about business, it's never about economy, it's always about influence and their way of pushing other countries to play along the Russian will. And we also knew that appeasement will never bring peace. Appeasement might bring some, temporary ceasefire, but never peace. And I think that what we are facing now in the 7th month of the war is, as a matter of fact, just the proof that we've been right along the way. And what we've learned, I think, is that we still need to push more to make some of our partners to understand this. I think quite many people have awakened to the situation because it was so brutal, so sort of, black and white, so simple to understand where you should be standing in this situation.
A sense of clarity. It gave a sense of clarity.
But still, I think we've learned that when we move too slow. When we do something, it's always too little.
Thank you very much. Panie premierze, czego się nauczyliśmy? What did we learn? 7 months.
I'll follow up on what Ingrida just said. I think that the lesson has been very brutal, and we now know that Russia is not only a threat on a field, on a military field, on a battlefield, but also Russia is using all sorts of different weapons. And I think my Western European friends and partners forgive me what I'm going to say, but some kinds of threats were completely underestimated, like, for instance, the field of propaganda. Who would have thought about Russian propaganda? We know this very, very well. Lithuania and the other Central European countries on the eastern flank of NATO know it all too well what Russian propaganda means. But were our German partners appropriately informed about Russian propaganda and what it really means, how powerful it is, it was and it still is. So that's one field, apart from military. The other one, which was kind of surprise for many, it's the field of energy. Energy is now the weapon of Russia. It's not one of many aspects. It's the most critical aspect now of this war. Putin and the Kremlin, they really believe that through abusing weapon of energy, they are going to change the momentum, change the dynamics of the war. The war of diplomacy, the field of diplomacy, another field, another area. Somebody said it just 10 minutes ago, how active they are in Africa, in South America. We have underestimated their efforts and their effectiveness in reaching out to the countries in Africa and persuading them that this is all fault of the free world, of the Western world, that there might be some famine in those countries. So now we have to learn how to counteract, how to fight all those Russian threats, not only on the battlefield through the delivery of weapons to Ukraine, as what we are doing for the last couple of months. We should do more, but we are doing this. But also we have to be aware of all the other fields where the Kremlin hopes to defeat us.
Okay, so we do have a sense of purpose, sense of clarity in this conflict. But have we done enough? Are you satisfied, more satisfied, a bit satisfied with the unity that was so stark at the beginning, at least? Are we both Prime Minister satisfied? Please, Panie Ministrze.
Well, I'm not satisfied. I can give you one example. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Kiev and I spoke to President Zelensky, Prime Minister Shmyhal, about another aspect of the war, which is financial support for Ukraine. For Ukraine to survive, not only its soldiers have to be brave, and they are extremely brave, and I have no enough words of admiration for them. But there is another aspect where the Kremlin and Moscow believes that they can defeat Ukraine. And this is the financial field. They want Ukraine to go bankrupt and to be not able to pay salaries for soldiers, for teachers, doctors, nurses, judges, pensions for the pensioners, and so on. With the hope that with such a move, the public opinion in Ukraine will change. And well, like the quickest way to end the war is to lose it. Nobody wants to lose this war in the free world, because we know then that after such a defeat, the world would look completely differently. And this is why it's our duty to organize also financial support through the European Union. And like yesterday, the United States and the President Biden's administration said to all of us, the Europeans, that the United States is ready to provide financial support in the range of between $1 to $1.5 billion per month, and we should match this amount, and we should be efficient and effective enough to deliver this quickly. Whereas what is happening right now, we have promised this to Ukraine in June, on the June's European Council, and so far only half of the promised €9 billion has been delivered to Ukraine. So we have to be acting quickly, decisively, and we have to be aware of other fields, battlefields, which Putin is creating.
Prime Minister Simonita, please.
Well, maybe I will start from something a little bit more optimistic, because I think the transatlantic unity was one of the blows, I would say, to Putin, and it was something he never expected from the beginning, because what he was expecting was something similar to 2014, that we will be very worried, gravely worried, strongly condemning, but not doing really much. And both United States, United Kingdom, European Union started to move quickly. But at some point, two bad things happened. I think part of our community started to sort of be a little bit afraid of their own reaction. And on the other side, part of our community became a little bit impatient. Because, you know, we live in a world where, you know, a story changes a story, and there are new things that happen every day. And at some point, people were saying, oh, it's again this war. Why something else is not happening? I mean, we're bored of this. We want to move further. And even now, when you have this energy crisis the Prime Minister was talking about, there are quite many people who completely disentangle what is happening now on the ground with what happened on 24th of February, and even much before that. So I think this is a problem, and we need to sort of get to grip each and every time. It's a problem that you need Bucha, you need Irpin, you need something sadistic as this to sort of like wake up to the reality and move again. For me, I mean, we were starting to supply weapons to Ukraine even before the invasion. We were one of a couple of countries, and we always thought this is right. So now we see that Ukrainian army is very effective in fight, and actually, the first idea that, you know, 3 days or 3 weeks or something, I mean, this is just incomprehensible at current juncture. So what we need to push more, and we need to act quick.
Okay, so let's move on the ground, because we're really, I think a lot of us were surprised, but also almost, you know, enthusiastic by the counter-offensive that we've seen throughout the Donbas region and also the Kherson region. But of course, that has rose a lot of fears of a potential reaction of Vladimir Putin. So I'll be very straight here. What do you think is the likelihood that Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons? And what does that mean for our region, if that really happens? Panie Premierze.
Well, first of all, Putin wants us to believe that he is going to use the tactical nuclear weapon, because this is another tool of blackmail to Ukraine and to the free world. And it's a chicken game that he wants us to actually surrender as quickly as possible, because he sees that the only way for Russia to win this war is to escalate it and to create an impression on us, on the European Union in particular, that that Russia is not going to make any step back. Whereas the reality is different. We, the Central European countries, know the history very, very well, and Russia is making step back only when it sees that there is a counter power standing in front of Russia. And this is why they are so fierce at us and the others who support with military support, with weapon delivery, and all sorts of other support for Ukraine, because they want us to be dealing with our own matters. This is why all politicians in Europe, and there is difference between different countries, including my country, all politicians which try to, as Ingrida said, actually try to make a differentiation between the current situation on the energy market and with inflation, for instance. Inflation is soaring through the roof all over Europe, and war. They are not only, cheating ourselves, but they are also playing to the music of the Kremlin. There has to be a linkage between all what is going on in Europe now with energy, inflation, and this war in Ukraine. Everybody who is pretending that this link is maybe vague or non-existent is part of Putin's propaganda. Either being aware of being part of Putin's propaganda or unaware.
Thank you. Prime Minister.
Well, I don't think there is much to add. There is the word in Russian that is not a very nice word, but I think very accurately describes the way of action of Kremlin regime. And this word is gopnik. And this is somebody who just jumps out in a dark street and says, do you have a cigarette? And can I use your mobile phone? I want to call. And every time when somebody comes who is stronger, then the guy would say, oh, sorry, it's a mistake, I go away. So this is the action, actually, that he usually pursues. He wants...
So you're not afraid that he actually will use nuclear weapons?
I think that, if you are just afraid, then you must sit frozen and sort of tremble and do nothing about it.
But if he does, then what do we do?
I mean, we were in the same debate before 24th of February. Can he actually invade Ukraine? And he did. There was a debate about can he cut Europe off the gas? And he did. So I see no much value in sitting and debating whatever happens in his crazy mind. I just know that the only way to react to this is to show a stronger counterpower, because other way we will just be sitting and trembling somewhere and waiting whatever he does next.
Absolutely. Both of you mentioned energy. What do you make of the sabotage attacks on Nord Stream last week? What is the reading in Poland, in Warsaw, and in Vilnius?
Well, like yesterday, there was this proposal made by Russia that potentially they could pump the gas through Nord Stream 2. This is
That's
for me a final confirmation, or a very important evidence that this was an act of sabotage, most likely done by the Russians or with Russian influence. Of course, we have to wait till the final evidence and proofs are gathered by appropriate services, but yesterday's proposal is telling me that this was in the interest of Russia. Now they want to create a following situation. Look, you Europeans, either you agree on opening Nord Stream 2, which you wanted to be never opened, or there is no gas, no Russian gas for Europe. This is why we have to be strong. This is why we have to be decisive, because the indecision and delays are the parents of failure, and we have to be acting quick in conjunction through the transatlantic community, the European Union, with the United States, and this is the recipe for our success.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Well, same here. I don't want to sort of delve into my own interpretations who did this act of sabotage, but of course we know the narrative behind that. And throughout the period after invasion, there were debates about this, paying in rubles or you will not get gas or something else. And then why don't you open the Nord Stream 2? But I don't know if you've noticed, after the sabotage, there was some movement in the market, but not of the magnitude you might imagine should have happened.
Yes, to
so it means that actually quite many players have already incalculated this into their equations. And quite many people know that the stocks in Europe are quite at a high level, and the pattern of supply has changed immensely. And I remember ourselves being in a debate, should we introduce this sanctions on gas? So it looks like Russia on that side have introduced the sanctions on gas itself. And I don't think this will change a lot, because countries are doing a lot at a very high price, and this is a price of neglecting the situation as it is throughout recent 10, 15 years, where Russia was trying to hook European economy on its cheap gas. So now we are paying this extra costs that were not paid throughout the season. We've learned that from our own mistakes in the past. So we've created the alternative supply. We have an LNG terminal that's operational from 2014. And unexpectedly, it became regional, because we also have to share with our neighbors and to sort of help our neighbors to withstand this current situation. But and of course, people cannot change their past, but it's important that we move fast, quickly, because we will never be able to come back to business as usual.
And my final question, because we have 1 minute left, would be, what has the war changed in the position of our region, of our countries? Have we proven, do we know, are we able to defend ourselves? Has the center of gravity in terms of military preparation moved here to Central Europe? What have we learned? Let's start with Madam Prime Minister.
I don't know if you remember this ultimatum of Putin of December, when he said that NATO is moving closer to Russia. But as a matter of fact, every time NATO did something, it was after Russia did something first. So it's good and bad, of course. The war is bad. What's happening is huge suffering and evil thing. But on the other side, it also has some sobering effects, because the agreements on strengthening of eastern NATO flank actually happened because of this invasion. And I hope now it's our duty to do what's for us, to increase our defense spending, to strengthen our defense capacities, but also for our NATO partners to mean it, to have substantial presence in the eastern flank to actually deter by denial.
Thank you. Panie Premierze, ostatnie.
On top of what Ingrid has just said, I would also add that many people realize that Russia has to change much more deeply than so far after transformation started more than 30 years ago for it to be treated as a normal democratic state. Russia, and not Putin, Russia has recreated the worst demons of 20th century: colonialism, imperialism, nationalism, all which we thought that maybe are now in the dark past. They are now again on the surface, and they are being used by the Kremlin as the as the weapon of propaganda within the Russian society. And unfortunately, this ideology of Russian mir, Ruski mir, as they call it, is a very vibrant ideology in Russia. So it is not very optimistic what I'm saying, but this is for me not a Putin's war, as some would like it to be, in the West in particular. It is a war of Russia and its ideology and its total baggage of history. And we knew it always, but we know it more than ever today that Russia has to change much more deeply for it not to be a threat for its neighbors into the future.
Thank you very much, Prime Ministers. I think the conclusion is that it might get much worse before it gets better, but at least we know what we're dealing with, and the unity is also there. Let's give a great round of applause to Prime Minister Morawiecki, Prime Minister Simonite.
Huge thanks to Professor Pisarska and her esteemed panel, who the Prime Minister of Poland, Mateusz Morawiecki, the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Ingrida Šimonytė, they're just touching upon things that we absolutely must not forget. There must not be fatigue when it comes to this war in Ukraine, because as the First Lady of Ukraine herself has said, Olena Zelenska, while we worry about the cost of living crisis, while we count our pennies, Ukraine is counting their bodies. So what to do? What is the future of this country? What is our response? With that in mind, please join me in welcoming onto the stage Matthew Kaniecznik, the Chief Europe Correspondent of Politico, and his panel, who will be discussing United We Stand, Divided We Fall.
European security at the moment, the transatlantic relationship, which is how strong is the resolve of the Western alliance going to be in the months and possibly years to come in the face of Russia's aggression. And to discuss this issue with me, I'm very happy to introduce a quite distinguished panel, beginning with the German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, the Europe Minister of our host country, Poland, Konrad Szymanski, the Foreign Minister of Czechia, Jan Lipavsky, and finally, the Foreign Minister of Croatia, Gordon Grlić Radman. And Minister Baerbock, I would like to start with you, if I may. You've spent the last 24 hours in Poland, and here, as you've done since the beginning of the war, really, you've spoken very convincingly and very eloquently about the necessity of helping Ukraine defend itself against Russia. You said yesterday on the occasion of Germany's National Day, to mark the reunification, Eastern Europe's security is Germany's security. You can count on that. And yet there are, I think, not just in Eastern Europe, but in other corners of Europe, of the EU, there's concern about Germany's resistance, particularly in the public. And there were large demonstrations just yesterday, in fact, in parts of Germany, particularly in the east. I think there were 10,000 people in the town of Gera alone protesting the support for Ukraine, people waving Russian flags and so forth, and demanding an end of the sanctions. Why do you think there is still such a disconnect in your country when it comes to supporting Ukraine as compared to, let's say, Poland or other countries in the region?
Well, good afternoon from my side, and thanks for having this conference. I think this is just the right moment, because we are facing a winter where it is crystal clear that Russia is using another element to its hybrid warfare, and this is dividing societies and dividing Europe. And that's why it's so important that we make crystal clear today and also in the upcoming days that we stand united with 450 million Europeans who support Ukraine, with 80 million Germans who support Ukraine, with 40 million Poles who support Ukraine. And I think that we have to be very, very careful that we don't fall in the Russian trap of highlighting demonstrations or highlighting fake news as the majority thinking in society. We have seen this also in the last years with regard to the refugee situation. We have seen it over Corona, that there is a tendency that the loudest people pretend to be the majority of a society, but this is not the case. Those people who support Ukrainians in all our countries, and I mean here in Poland, people are still hosting Ukrainian refugees in their own apartments, in their own flats, in the room of your own child. In Germany, we have given a refugee to almost 1 million Ukrainians, and this is the majority of our societies. And we shouldn't follow Russia's narrative that this is different. So I would like to underline, yes, there are also demonstrations in Germany as there are in other countries. But again, on these demonstrations, there are also people saying, don't support Ukraine. I've been at my own election campaign event where people are screaming at me, why are you supporting Ukraine? But there are other people on the streets arguing about the energy prices. And this is my second point. We have to make sure that we are not being divided. We have to ensure that especially those people who do not have a lot of money, that they are being supported over the winter time. I have learned that Latvia, for example, is giving direct support for the poorest in the country with regard to the electricity bills. We are doing it by cutting the electricity prices. And again, the main task is to stand united also on the energy and on the social matter. And my third point is, yes, we have been maybe a bit late in the beginning of the war, but we have changed our course in Germany with regards to weapons delivery by 180 degrees. We are supporting Ukraine with the most sophisticated systems like the IRIS-T system, together with our partners. And I'm really happy that we discuss today with the Polish foreign minister a military hub for maintenance of this weapons delivery, because we have to make sure that this military support will also last over winter, also last within the next years if Ukraine still needs our support, and we will be there united as long as Ukraine needs us.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Thank you very much for that extensive answer. But the crux, I think, for a lot of people when it comes to weapons, in terms of Germany, is the continued resistance to send certain heavy weapons, as you know, in particular battle tanks. You have sort of signaled that you would support that. Other people in your coalition do not. Do you think that you are going to be able to convince the rest of Europe that Germany will do whatever it takes to help Ukraine until you do send tanks, which looks at the moment as if that's not really in the cards?
Well, again, we are reflecting every day together with our partners what we can do more. You were mentioning also with regard to the tanks, especially Leo, but we are delivering already tanks right now. We are delivering the Gepard tank, which makes a difference in the battlefield. And because it makes a difference in the battlefield, which we can see as also other systems are doing, like the Mars system, we are looking at all our stocks, what we can do more. So we are now delivering also more howitzers 2000s together with the Netherlands, because we can see that these weapons do not only free territory, but it saves people's life. And with regard to further tanks and the debate you're mentioning we did together with other countries the backfilling approach. So there are tanks coming now via other countries also to Ukraine. And yes, I have underlined, as my Chancellor has done, we are also reflecting with further tanks support. But as we have done it with regard to the howitzers, with regard to the Gepards and other support, we are doing all these steps together with our international partners because it's the most efficient way.
Just one quick last question on that. Do you think Olaf Scholz will give up his resistance to sending Leopard tanks to Ukraine?
The Chancellor has made clear that he is reflecting with our international partners what more we can do and take the steps as we have done also in the past together with our international partners. And this is not an excuse. The beginning of your first question, this really hurts me, especially as a politician which has been in opposition before. So I know and I totally understand the reluctance towards my own country because of the Nord Stream 2, because we didn't listen carefully enough, we as a German country, towards the right arguments of saying, well, Nord Stream 2 will be used as a weapon within the next situation. And this is why, for me, I can totally understand that there are so many questions, especially in the Eastern countries. So do you mean it this time? And I can only say, please trust us. Yes, we mean it this time. We will defend every corner of our NATO territory. We will support Ukraine as long as they need us, but we will do it together with our international partners, because it doesn't help if we are delivering tanks and then we don't have any munitions that the tanks will work. So we have to do it coordinated and I believe we did this in the last months, as we have done it in the last months, and this was also part that Ukraine could fight back in the eastern territories.
Thank you. Minister Szymański, I'd like to come to you from a Polish perspective, responding to Minister Baerbock. Do you trust Germany? Do you take Germany at its word?
I can fully agree with Minister Baerbock.
Nobody's listening, just be open.
I fully agree with Minister Baerbock that even a loud and vocal minority isn't representative for the country. So we shouldn't reduce the politics of Federal Republic to any sort of social interactions. Let's concentrate on practice. And to put it in the context, I would like to say that the practice, this wider context, is unexpectedly positive. We have to be proud about all we did as a union, as also partners in the union since the beginning of the war, because we started building the enormous, unprecedented sanction architecture since the day one after the war. I think it was absolutely unexpected by Putin. It hasn't been expected even by some EU member states, including me, to be honest. I'm positively surprised that we can be such effective body in that terms. We activated a lot of money for military assistance at the EU level. We did a lot in terms of humanitarian response to the situation. So the general context should be positive, because it is something. We did a change. But in the same time, having in mind that this glass is maybe even more than half full, we should also concentrate on the other part of the glass. And of course, the reality is that the macro-financial assistance agreed by the leaders in June is still not delivered. The reality is also that the military assistance, so urgent, so dramatic, is still inadequate in some member states. Of course, I expect a lot from Zeitenwende, and I think with new minister in German MFA, my high hopes are quite realistic. But this reluctance Minister Baerbock mentioned was pretty risky for the Ukrainian state. This reluctance, I can understand the reasons behind the historical social motivations, but this reluctance of some member states has been a risky for European security. And I think this is why we need honest exchange to define properly where we are and what we need urgently, which is macro-financial support, military assistance, massive, not inadequate, and of course much more active stance on sanctions, because there is no single argument to make any other choice. We would be very happy to see that the war can be finished tomorrow, but there is no chance for this, so we have to be firm and we have to be more substantial, especially in the field of macro-financial support and military support. The delay we observed was pretty risky, not only for Ukraine, but also for European security. And that's why we've been so bitter in some comments about the inadequacy of military assistance provided by some member states, especially with the biggest capacities.
Minister Lipavsky, in your country, you've also seen some of the same currents that we've seen in Germany in terms of pockets of resistance, let's say, or people who might be more sympathetic with the other side, as it were. But do you think that is a cause for concern as we head into winter here, as people really start to feel the financial pain of inflation, of the economic downturn, of the recession that many economists are anticipating? How do you see this playing out, not just in your country, but in the region, in terms of European leaders' ability to keep this solidarity that we've seen so far with Ukraine?
Your question is part of something bigger. It's part of the sustainability of our efforts, and that something which is called war fatigue won't be overcome with good policies. And as a Western civilization society, we can be speaking about the EU, NATO, but also about allies like Japan or Australia. We have made certain commitments, G7 countries, to support Ukraine for the very principle that the borders won't be changed by force, and that Putin won't achieve what he has in his imperialistic/colonial plans. And now we are in a situation when we need to overcome winter, when certain parts of our populations are affected by his economical war against the EU, especially since he manipulated the energy market. So I see the answer on your question just as a part of the whole struggle to keep the West united in this effort. And yes, now we need to do proper economic packages, social packages, and measures in sense of energies. This is a very hard situation, and the EU is doing something, and national governments are quite active in it too. So, for example, the Czech government, we have a solid package in a way. I'm sure that other governments too. And we need to keep European solidarity, since there might be countries which we need for united stand on sanctions, for example, in the EU, and they will struggle with coping with the situation, since they may have, I won't be naming, but we can read this political situation in different countries. So this is something which should also be on our radar.
Mr. Radman, you have an interesting perspective because you come from a corner of Europe that has traditionally been quite exposed also to Russian propaganda. Your neighboring region of Bosnia-Herzegovina is also facing a continuous onslaught of Russian propaganda. How dangerous do you think the situation is in the Western Balkans in terms of Russia trying to influence the political systems there, and what do you think that will do to the continued solidarity that we've seen throughout many of the countries in the region, not all of them, obviously, not to mention any names?
Thank you very much, Anna, for your question. Sometimes I have a feeling that so we are privileged being there in this corner. You mentioned, of course, that we see that Croatia has this opportunity to also to warn and to show how is interested in the stability of Western Balkans. It's our immediate neighborhood. You mentioned also Bosnia and Herzegovina, but complexity of Bosnia and Herzegovina says that Bosnia and Herzegovina is multinational country, and probably one part of Bosnia and Herzegovina had a different approach. Yes, it's not only the Bosnia and Herzegovina, but the other countries in the Western Balkans who have this aspiration to be a member of European Union. So there are some countries who are already members of NATO, and Croatia is vocal proponent of the European perspective of the Western Balkans. Once, so 30 years ago, we lived in one country, and actually we know the mentality, we know the situation there. Slovenia and Croatia fulfill all the foreign policy goals, and what remains the stability and institutional functionality of Western Balkans. But first of all, the European values, the rule of law, the human rights and democratization of society, it's very, very important. And it's up to the countries to fill all the criteria. And of course, when it comes to Russian aggression on Ukraine, Croatia was among the first country who just realized and to show the solidarity. Our Prime Minister visited many times Ukraine as well. And we knew that something could happen because we had the same 32 years ago, the situation when the former Yugoslavia broke down. And so we want our allies and our partners, however, and we'd like also to help with our assistance and our experience also here, also in Ukraine, however. But our message to Brussels is, and to our neighbors, please, if you just would like to be on the right track of history, you have to show with your concrete activities. Namely, there's not possibility in this very important, dangerous and challenging time to have two chairs. So whether you are pro-European or we are democratic states, or you are not pro-European, that means you are on the side of the autocracy and so on. And it is the message. If the countries from Western Balkans aspire to be a member of the European Union, first they have to follow the common foreign and security policy. It's just a red line. Otherwise, so we cannot accept actually the further negotiation or further in fact, the countries should decide on whether are they pro-European or not. Of course, it's not just so like that. We should just to encourage these countries where is actually the international law, where is actually the peace, and what is actually European policy, and just to encourage them and to choose the right side.
Thank you, sir. One of the lessons I think a lot of people have taken from the past year or so, Minister Baerbock, is that the role of the United States in Europe is, or continues to be, much more central, I think, than a lot of Europeans were willing to admit. If you look at the aid, we were just talking about the military aid, the United States has given more than 20 times as much as your country, for example. They just decided a few days ago to give an additional $12 billion in aid. What do you think this means for Europe's security going forward? How reliant do you think Europe should be on the United States for its security, not just in terms of the United States obviously being the pillar of NATO, but this runs much deeper, because whenever there's a crisis, we were just discussing the former Yugoslavia, the United States came in and led those efforts to create a kind of peace there. And here again in Ukraine, the United States is really bearing the brunt of the burden.
Well, first of all, I liked your picture about the glass which is half full. And I think it's hard to be in politics if you are not believing, or you're not willing to believe, that you can make a difference yourself to the positive side. At least this is a reason why I'm in politics. And that's why I think even in the hardest times we are facing the hardest economic crisis within my country since the end of the Second World War. We have an attack on our European peace order. But we shouldn't regret, I believe, that now the US and the EU are closer together than maybe ever before. But I think it's a positive sign that the transatlantic partnership, the transatlantic trust, the relationship between the EU and the US, the relationship between the EU and NATO is stronger than ever. And this is our strongest weapon also in fighting Russia. And this is why I think we shouldn't now look at it from the side, well, this is not a good sign. This is a very good sign. And it has changed also European policy. If you look at the NATO strategic concept, if you look at the new EU defense concept, you can see that the understanding how we see EU and NATO also as partners, also those members which are not even NATO member, is a step forwards also to a stronger European defense alliance. And therefore, I think it's a good sign. But on the other hand, this is also a wake-up call, and there I agree. It's also, or it has been a wake-up call for one of the biggest countries within the European Union, that we have to invest more in our own security. This is why we did not only change course with regard to weapons delivery, but this is why we are saying openly as a new government, we have to fulfill our NATO targets. And this is why we have to look how we can combine our defense capabilities. Because if we are frank, and again, I think this is not only a bad part, that we as social welfare states invested in the past also a lot in social welfare states, and not like Russia invested many things also in on a military capacity, but that we have to look closer at pooling and sharing. So now, while also Germany is investing way more in our own defense capabilities with regard to the 100 billion we just set up for our support, I think the next step also to be more capable of defending ourselves as Europeans without only relying on our US partner. We are looking, for example, now at the new facilities with regard to EU mission for Ukraine. We can use this instrument now together with the maintenance hub as a next step towards a common European defense union. So I think within all this crisis, we we can look, and we have to look, and this is what I'm working on, how we can build the European Union defense and security capabilities even stronger out of this common situation, but not against the US, but together with our partners over the Atlantic.
Minister Szymanski, there's been a lot of talk in Europe, even predating the Ukraine crisis, about what the French have called strategic autonomy. I think most people are familiar with that concept. That has died down a little bit now, but with the Germans spending 100 billion on their special fund and talking about taking a leadership role and so forth, and the Zeitenwende, this transformation that they've been advertising. Do you think Poland is and the region are going to start looking to Germany for leadership? Chancellor Scholz recently said that Germany needs to take a leadership role on matters military and foreign policy.
I think the war proves clearly that we as Europeans should do more on our security. Not to build an appropriate parallelism with the United States and the rest of our alliance, which is NATO, not to build absolutely artificial tensions across the Atlantic, but to contribute even more to collective security of the West. And here, of course, there were plenty of definitions of this autonomy, some of them quite toxic, some of them quite provocative, but in the end, I think we can meet with all EU member states, including France, that yes, we should do more on security. This is nothing controversial. But the reaction, our reaction, I mean, European reaction to war will define our reality, the real importance, the real gravity of Europe in international relations for decades, for generations. And if anybody would like to see Europe as a more powerful factor, then we should do more on our security. It should do more in military assistance to Ukraine, because this is number one. We should do more in our international role across the globe. And of course, the scale and gravity of the challenges we face needs a reconciliation, revitalization of the whole West. So we are pretty sure that nothing changed. America will play a significant, indispensable role in our security, and we can do more to be even more visible, to be a real factor. It depends on us. If we really want to prove that we are here, let's do more on military assistance. Let's do more on reconstruction of Ukraine. Then the world will understand that yes, Europe is a factor, and this is the way to be more visible, more important actor at the international stage. Not declarations about the future of NATO. Quite toxic declarations we heard a couple of months before the war. We need actions.
But I think some people would argue, in order to be a factor and to remain a factor, Minister Lipavsky, you need leadership. And who would you say is now leading Europe on these questions?
That's a very good question. There's a formal and informal leadership. And yes, this is not aligned in this sense, since the formal leadership sits in Brussels, but we need the political leadership of those countries which really can change situation on the ground. And I would say that part of this political leadership now sits also here now in Warsaw, but generally in Eastern Europe, which was for a long time calling for measures against Russia influence. And now we see that those bad scenarios fulfilled. So I would say in certain manner that the Central and Eastern Europe has some kind of political leadership in this very specific agenda of the horrendous Putin war. But of course, there is a calling for some kind of visions. And what we have to understand is that we European ministers, we meet all the time. We meet every month at least once, maybe even more often. There is a very intensive exchange of ideas between the EU states. We have a NATO ministerial, so we meet quite often with Canada, with the USA, with the US. So the leadership, we don't need a leadership in a sense of the one leader who would be dictating what the policies are, but whoever comes with a good idea, then it's quite easily seeded into the other states and it can flourish. So, of course, for the big changes, you need a strong leader, but on the other side, we have these mechanisms of multilateralism here in Europe, which are working quite in a good way for us.
I agree. I don't think anybody has ever accused Europe of not having enough meetings, to be honest. But I would like to go to the audience for a couple of questions. We have a couple of minutes left. There's a microphone in the middle. If you have a question, speak now or forever hold your peace. Here in the third row, please. Is there? I was told there was a microphone in the middle. Oh, here it is, by the spotlight right there. And if you could say your name and affiliation, please.
Hello, my name is Aleksander Sławiński from Gazeta Wyborcza newspaper. I have a question to Minister Baerbock, a question related with this criticism towards Germany. Because what do you think, to what extent this criticism from the international community, especially in Central Eastern Europe, but also different parts of the world, how does it actually impact the thinking of, let's say, average person of the society? Do people think that if they are criticized, they should change their mind about the Russia, or instead they think that if they are criticized, that they make their position more solid, and they think that if we are criticized, then we should keep with our perspective, because there's like this mechanism that when you're criticized, you start being contrarian, let's say. So that's my question about German society.
It's a very great question, and I think everybody who's been abroad, if you're at home, the most critical person to your own society, but if you're abroad and people telling you, well, you in your country are like this and that, suddenly you turn to the most patriotic person on earth. At least this has happened to me when I was 16 years old, being at school in the US and being asked whether we have refrigerators in Europe. But on a serious note, because this is a serious question, as I said before, anyhow, for democracies, a critical public and critical friends are most importantly, because if you are just confirmed with your own position, nothing is going to move. So I think it has been very important also for political decision-making within Germany that even in those years where, as I said before, Germany did not listen carefully enough to the right assessment of many partners with regard to Russia, that our friends didn't stop in sticking the finger in the wound. But I would like to underline that now, while we have changed our course and we have made crystal clear, not only for the German government, but within all the papers, and I would just support, we are meeting often, but I think as productive as within the last half years, maybe we haven't been for a long time. We have defined a new Russia strategy also from the European Union with a big push and support also from Germany, and I think this is due to the critical tone which have come also to my country, and we have underlined that we will achieve security only from and not with Vladimir Putin's Russia those days. And this was an important shift in German policy. So coming back to the heart of your question, which is very difficult, I said, speak open and frankly, we are just between friends. The last podium we had together, I had a fake news shitstorm afterwards. So you have to choose every word you are saying. But I would like to say, if you change your course and then you're on the right track, then it's really hard to see the arguments when you haven't changed your course. And I think many people, and I see that in my own family, I see this with my own friends who are saying, yes, we have been wrong with Russia in the past, but now we are understanding what we have to do together, and we can only succeed together with our European friends. So this is what I would like to leave. Now at this moment where we stand united as never before, also because Germany is on board, towards Russia, we have to stay united, and we shouldn't give every inch of possibility that at this moment the European societies can be divided from outside.
Thank you very much, Minister Baerbock. I see we're a few minutes over already. Some of the ministers have other appointments, so I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there today. No shitstorm, I'm afraid, but thank you very much to the ministers for joining us today. Thank you.
Big thanks to Matthew there, Matthew Karnichnig and his panel. In Matthew's words, no shitstorm. Thank you very much for that. But we had a very frank and a very honest discussion about mistakes made and lessons learned. So thank you very much to that panel. Now, before our next conversation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a bit of intel to tell you. And obviously, get your selfies in now, because if you haven't taken a photo, it has not happened. So, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I want to bring you a little bit of an insight from a yearly public opinion study, which is done by the German Marshall Fund of the United States in collaboration with the Bertelsmann Foundation of North America. Now, this survey is called the Transatlantic Trends. It's a comprehensive public opinion study which provides insight, among other things, in public opinion on global order, on transatlantic relations, and also strategic challenges like China and, of course, Ukraine. So, what we found from this year's Transatlantic Trends study, 2022, a cooperation, a consensus, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. A consensus on the core issues for transatlantic cooperation, namely NATO, and also the US's involvement and European security. So let's just have a little look at what this actually means. So according to the report, in the eyes of the respondents who were asked the question, the world looks very unipolar. You can see the US is by far seen as the most influential actor when it comes to leading the way. 64%. But just compare this in 5 years' time, how the respondents felt when it comes to the United States' leading the way in terms of its sphere of influence. If we have a look at the slide that shows us the projections for 5 years' time, well, as you see, a whopping decrease in the sphere of influence for the United States, a massive decrease. So I want you to bear that in mind when we go into our next panel, down by 27%. This is how respondents feel the US's sphere of influence will be in the next 5 years or so. And it's China that gains, also Russia actually, but China is the predominant gainer in terms of spheres of influence. So it is really worth bearing that in mind, how the respondents of this survey, this yearly public opinion survey, feel about what is going to happen in the next 5 years' time. don't have nightmares, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, for our next panel, with all of this in mind, please welcome back on stage Michał Baranowski, the co-chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, for his panel, Late or Just in Time. Over to you, sir.
Well, fantastic. Welcome, everyone. I think I was introduced, but Michał Baranowski. I have really fantastic panel to discuss the alliance that keeps us safe. And we are going to discuss here how safe we are, what we need to do to get there and be even more safe. And the right title is NATO late or just in time. I'm not going to go into the details introducing our panelists, but it's wonderful to have Baiba Braze with us, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, Minister of Defense of Estonia, Hanno Pevkur, and Anna Wieslander from Atlantic Council, Head of Stockholm Office, Northern Europe Director as well, and a long-time friend. Minister, I would like to start with you, actually, because you are, frankly, the closest to the action. How are we doing specifically in terms of the speed of the adaptation of the alliance? The alliance is changing. The Madrid summit not only introduced the new strategic concept, there were also a number of decisions in terms of strengthening the eastern flank and the alliance as a whole, but at the same time, we are having our Russian adversaries adjusting as well. How are we doing with this speed of adjustments? Are our front line and front door, as you say, safe enough to our NATO's house?
Well, thank you for having me in this panel. So definitely is one of the most interesting panels in terms that are we ready enough or are we there where we want to be? Well, yes, I've used that metaphor many times that like the closest countries to Russia are the front doors or the main door to NATO, and when we don't have this door closed, all the other doors are open anyway in the house. So when we take the normal house, then we all understand that, you close the front door or the main entrance to the house, and all the other doors inside of the house are anyway open. Normally, we don't close those doors. So inside of the NATO, we have the same principle, that it should be closed. Today, it is closed. Now is the question then when there is an intruder, when someone wants to intrude to your house, are we ready to kick him out from the first moment, from the first meter, from the first inch? So this is the core value of Article 5. And then when we take NATO, then we know that there are different plans. We are not late yet, I would say. But we have to speed up. And to speed up, and also when we take the Madrid summit conclusions, then from our point of view, the first and foremost, the regional plans have to be there as soon as possible, because the situation has changed, and this is for sure that the regional plans are like the must thing to have. The second point is that every country close to Russia has to invest a lot more. So we are doing that, so increasing to 2.8% next year, 3.1% in 24, and also in total volumes, it will be increased a lot. But also, we have to understand from the allies to deliver the decisions made in Madrid. For instance, we agreed with Brits that they will allocate a brigade, so we don't have time until the next year or until the end of the next year. We need to start training together with these units. We need to start planning together with these units. So to conclude your question, We are not late yet, but we have to speed up.
Great. Well, we'll come back to this in more specifics, because I really want to drill down to the level of forces and the kind of forces we need to have in Estonia, in the Baltic states, in Poland, and throughout the eastern flank, or as the Polish general, chief of Polish defense, General Andrzejczak, talks about the eastern front. What we actually will need to be secure. But let me turn to Assistant Secretary Braze and have your view from inside of the alliance. Post-Madrid, you are a NATO official, so I'm not going to ask you to criticize NATO, but if you could give us a sense of what you are relaxed about and what you are worried about in terms of the speed of the adaptation and implementation of Madrid's decisions as we are coming close to the winter.
Dziękuję, panie Michale. Dziękuję Polska, dziękuję Casimir Pulaski Foundation. Wspaniale jest być znowu w Warszawie.
Bardzo dziękujemy. So the rest of the panel will do in Polish.
But going back to your question, and I think the very sort of premise of saying late or in time is slightly off with regards to NATO. NATO, throughout the years, throughout the very foundation, has been adapting to this necessary level of the threats to be able to respond to the threats. And that is what we are doing at 30 and soon at 32 as we speak now. It's the only political military alliance of its kind. And when I say that, it actually means something. So it's not just about words in the strategic concept. It's not just about the concept of deterrence and defense for the Euro-Atlantic area. It's about our military, our political leaders, our forces on the ground, literally implementing changes as we speak. And there will never be the time when we say, okay, this is perfect, this is ready. Because adaptation is constant. So, and we all know, indeed, that forces in the Baltics are being built up. There are very clear decisions that the leaders have made, that the military leaders are implementing. The way we train, the readiness of the forces, control command, everything is changing. And why? Because the threats to the Euro-Atlantic security have increased. There are no direct military threats to NATO members, but the overall situation, obviously, is completely different. So on the basis of that, we have political unity, we have military unity, and we are implementing very practical changes. So, for example, when you see NATO exercising, when we announce, for example, there is an exercise, Neptune Strike, where the command of a aircraft carrier is given to Supreme Allied Commander Europe, so-called transfer of authority, TOAD. It's a huge change. It had never been done in NATO before. So the whole US carrier strike group comes under the command of Secure. Plus, there are other forces exercising with them. The way they built up this interoperability, the communications, the way they exercise, it's completely new. It had not been done before. So we can speak through all the domains. So changes are taking place as we speak. So if it's in time, it's difficult to say, but NATO is responding to the real-time situations that we have in Euro-Atlantic security currently.
Thank you very much. We'll come back also to the types of threats we face, because you know the issue of nuclear tactical weapons being used has been raised already, and it's certainly the most worrying and dangerous weapon that is in the Russian arsenal. But before we do that, I actually want to go across the Baltic Sea to our friends in Sweden. Anna, the last time Sweden was part of an alliance, formal alliance, I understand was during Napoleonic Wars just over 200 years ago. What happened? Why are you joining us? And more importantly, maybe this is pretty clear, but what is Sweden hoping to get from the alliance, and what is it bringing to the alliance in terms of your Swedish and Finnish capabilities? Over to you.
Thank you so much, and it's lovely to be back here at the Warsaw Security Forum. Also to be in Warsaw, which is really at the front line of this major war in Europe, so it feels very important to be here. And Sweden and Finland, we did the same assessment. Two things really that shifted this, as you say, many years of, for Sweden, hundreds of years of military non-alignment, and for Finland, also many years. And it was one, of course, the level of the threat, the fact that Russia full-scale invaded another country, a neighbor, that really shook us. In combination with the so-called treaties on security guarantees that Russia proposed in December, which also kind of gave a feeling that we are really entering a very dangerous phase here if this is what Russia wants, as was described in these draft treaties. And I think what both Sweden and Finland will bring to NATO. So, of course, this is why we felt that being a close partner to NATO, the position that we have had since 2014, it was not enough for our security. We needed that those formal guarantees, and that's why we have applied for joining NATO. But what would we bring? I think it's important, both politically. I think it's worth underlining that we are, solid democracy, stable economies, EU members since 1995. I think that kind of will help solidify a Western core, a Western platform, which is really needed now as we are also looking globally at the fight between democracy, autocracy, for instance. It's in line with the treaty of NATO, and it's part of defending the rule-based order. So I think that Sweden and Finland will help with that, and in practical terms help bridge also between NATO and the EU, all the initiatives that we see there. Militarily, we are interoperable as many allies, I would argue, since we have been working closely with NATO since the mid-90s. And we have advanced military, not huge. Of course, we are not super big countries, but Finland, for instance, a very strong army, heavy brigades, kept its conscription. Sweden has a strong jet fighter fleet and also submarines. For instance, we both come with good knowledge on Russia, since that's a neighbor which we also can bring in, and data collection intel on those terms. So I think we can contribute in several ways to the alliance security.
Thank you. Yes, and as you pointed out, you are very capable when in maritime domain, and of course the Baltic Sea with Swedish and Finnish accession will become a NATO lake. And as we were talking about right before the panel, a lake that is getting quite a bit of activity right now with the sabotage of the pipeline. So your capabilities, underwater capabilities, I think are very important for the alliance indeed, and we can explore this as well. And I would ask the audience, the participants, to think also of the questions, because we'll definitely turn to a conversation with us all in the room. But before we do that, I wanted to focus for us for a second on Ukraine and what the war in Ukraine means for the alliance. And Minister, maybe I can ask you first, given Estonia's per capita, I think you are on the very top, contribution to Ukraine military. Help us think through Tallinn's perspective of not only why the fight in Ukraine is key for Estonia's or Polish, being here, security. What can we do specifically to address it? And if I can then add to this a little bit too, I mean, need to be talking. We need to discuss, even though it's maybe a bit of a tricky subject, Ukraine's request to join NATO. So Estonian government, along with 8 others from the flank, has come out publicly. So if you could give us a perspective on the both military and political support for Ukraine in the NATO context that you would foresee that is necessary in the coming months and years too.
Yes, so I'm probably not very original here, as we have heard in the opening speeches, very great thoughts about that. And I totally in the same line with these thoughts, and definitely I'm more than happy to multiply that once again, that we are not fighting in Ukraine for Ukraine. We are fighting for the free world, and we are fighting for the rule-based world. And as I mentioned or said that many times to different journalists, that at the moment we are fighting democracy versus aggressor, who is just or who thinks that he can take away someone's freedom, freedom of choice, freedom of your own independence, and the freedom of decide yourself and your future. So, and this is something we cannot tolerate, and we cannot allow to continue and to happen. So this is why it's not important only for Ukraine and Ukrainians, but all the Western world and democratic world. On military point of view, definitely we all understand that every tank or howitzer which is destroyed there in Ukraine decreases also the capabilities of Russia towards NATO. So, and this is obvious reason why we have to help Ukraine, and this was one of the understandings what have been or what has been in Estonian society for a very long time, that even before the large-scale invasion or escalation of the war since 2014 happened on 24th of February, that even before that we sent already some aid to Ukraine, and the first javelins helping to keep Kiev were exactly because of that, you know, when you take the price of the one javelin comparing to the price of the tank, so we all understand that this is exactly what we have to do, that we have to give help to Ukraine, that they can freedom their own country, they can from the military point of view weaken Russian military. And when we take all the numbers of the tanks, thousands of tanks or howitzers or other equipment, military equipment, then we all understand that Russia is capable of restoring all that, but it takes time. Now is the question of estimation, that how long it takes. Is it like 6 months, 2 years, 6 years? My estimation is that it happens rather sooner than later. And this is why we also in NATO and in all over the alliance, we have to speed up our production. I was very happy to hear that also the companies present here said that they are ready to, or they have already increased the production. And this is exactly what we need. We need to fill the stocks. We need to increase the production. But what we need to give also to the industry is the confirmation and certainty that yes, the contracts are there and the offer, and we will buy new stuff, because otherwise private companies will not increase their production just that someone will say that maybe we will buy something more. No, we have to put the orders in place, and then we will get also the results. But we have to fill the stocks, and we have to be ready for different also asymmetrical attacks. Probably we don't have much time to discuss and to go very deeply with the Nord Stream case, but what was mentioned by our Swedish colleagues and friends, and we discussed backstage that that when we have air policing in Baltic states, then maybe we should also have sub-policing in Baltic Sea.
Absolutely, you heard it here, sub-policing, and the idea is that we'll, just to explore that a little bit, well, this is where Sweden will come in with their great submarine capabilities to help us be sure that we know what's going on, not only above, but also below water. Assistant Secretary, I wanted to ask you about the nuclear issue. NATO is a nuclear alliance. We are now being threatened by Putin with nuclear weapons, whether it's tactical or maybe even beyond. What should be our response? How are these threats being received in Brussels?
Indeed, we all have heard this irresponsible nuclear saber-rattling, and indeed, that is something that nobody is happy with, and we take it seriously. At the same time, I have to remind every time and again audiences, and including Russian audiences, we still engage with Russian audiences via our social media channels and elsewhere, that Russia herself in January signed the P5 statement of the UN Security Council saying that the nuclear war cannot be won and it should not be fought. That was Russian own policy statement. Nothing has changed. So in that respect, of course, we take it serious. It's irresponsible to talk like that, but we also know that we will be ready, and we are ready for all scenarios. And I'm not going to speculate what type of scenarios and so on and so forth these questions are asked, but it's just not done. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the audience, and I want to, and by the way, the microphone should be somewhere in the back, so either go there or catch my hand to, oh, there we go, somewhere there. Oh, there we go. There's the microphone. But before we do that, Anna, I wanted to ask you about your other aspect of expertise. Besides being a Swedish defense and security analyst, you are also a transatlantic expert, transatlantic relations expert. And of course, the health of NATO depends on the health of the transatlantic relationship, on America's engagement in Europe, and there is some trade-off, potentially, between what's going on in the European theater and what's going on in the Asian theater. But I wanted to, so the topic that I would like for you to address is, when you talk with your colleagues in DC, to what extent, and when you look also at political developments inside Washington, how relaxed or concerned are you about America staying the course, not only under this administration, but not only after the midterms election, but also after 2024 presidential election? That's one big factor. And the other factor is, of course, China and Taiwan. How are we doing transatlantically to manage this engagement of the US and also burden sharing in this time of really global volatility? As the title of the panel suggests, we are in the global great power competition. So looking at the other side of the Atlantic, how relaxed or concerned are you?
Well, there are a few observations you can make there, I think. I think no one is really relaxed when you talk about the presidential elections of 2024. No one can rule out the return of another Trump administration or something similar, which would mean, a big strain on the transatlantic relation as it was, a lot of political turbulence, and the shadow of, to be frank, also NATO's future. We know that now, that was on the table. But at least the question of burden sharing perhaps getting even more acute again, even though now Europe is increasing defense spending, but will it be enough? So Those are questions that we have to live with, I think, until we know better, and we need to be aware of that, and I think it's an important signal to European countries that we cannot relax and lean back. We have seen a lot of US engagement, US leadership now. During the Russian build-up and invasion, the US is leading on support, both economically, military and humanitarian, to Ukraine, for instance. So once again, Europe is leaning on the US, but we cannot be satisfied with that. We really have to do our homework. And that's also a long-term strategic question as you raise, because I think when you talk around in Washington, you have, yes, it's about Russia and China, but you still will find those who say, no, it's not about Russia long-term, it's only about China. Possibly it's about Russia because Russia will align with China. That will make Russia long-term interesting still, but there is this very strong tendency that the strategic challenge, the one who can really challenge the US as its number one position, is China. And so that will not go away. So even though if you have a benevolent US after 2024, resources could be strained for us. And we need to be a better first responder. We need to be stronger deterrence capability here in order to secure our part of the world. That's really important. Now, the Taiwan issue, I think we need to follow closely. We do not know there where the timetable will be. What I've heard more recently is that people think it might come sooner than later, because China is also looking at, perhaps China is peaking its power earlier than it had estimated before, which also changes its timetable when it comes to Taiwan. So we need to be engaged in that as well, and I think it's symptomatic. I was at NATO the other day, and someone said, well, if Sweden and Finland were closest partners before, perhaps it's Australia and Japan next. So that's also a shifting way of looking at things as we are connecting our security.
Absolutely. Some in Washington, D.C. are talking about one theater. Both putting Europe and Asia from their perspective in one space. Let me go to questions, and if you can just briefly introduce yourself, direct a question to a specific person if you can, and we'll take as many as we can. Right. Sir.
So my name is Jakub Knop. I'm from University of Warsaw. So first I'd like to thank to all the participants for their fascinating remarks. And I'd like to quote one of my favorite political leaders in Europe, Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas, who in an interview for Financial Times said that in the event of Russian invasion, Estonia would be wiped off the map. And I think that she meant that it is time to employ a posture of deterrence by denial, and that this is the only way forward for the countries on the eastern flank of NATO. And so I'd like to know what are your thoughts on how could NATO contribute into creating such a posture and basically deny Russian entrance to the Baltic states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I can sharpen it, what would be the force that you think could provide deterrence by denial in Estonia and Baltic countries? But before you answer, please, let's take a second question as well, because we are short on time.
Hi, good afternoon. Alessandro Marrone. I'm the head of Defense Program, Istituto Affari Internazionali, IAI, Rome. Thank you to our panelists. Last year, NATO and the EU were working on a new joint declaration. Then the war arrived. There's been the NATO strategic concept and the EU strategic compass. So my question is, what's the status and perspective of a NATO-EU joint declaration? It would be tremendously helpful to consolidate the Western Bloc today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. And is there a third question? Yes, great.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Iverson. I'm from Hong Kong, a columnist at the Estonian newspaper Post Dimas. I have a question regarding the Chinese espionage within NATO countries. A year ago in Estonia, there was a maritime researcher who was charged for working for the Chinese Communist Party, and he was jailed, and he got security clearance from the NATO. So my question to the panel is how to ensure that the NATO operations can prevent and to deter the Chinese infiltration within the EU countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And perhaps the last question, or maybe the last two questions. Yeah, I see you, sir. barely, but I can.
Denis Kolesnik, consultant from Paris, and actually I have a quick question to Anne Wieslander, excuse me. What will Nordefco become when your country and your colleagues from Finland will become NATO members? And maybe a short question to Madam Assistant Secretary Babraje. It's actually about Ukraine's application to NATO, and as a person who worked a decade ago at the NATO liaison office in Kiev, Ukraine applied for NATO in 2008 and right now. And actually, we continue to hear more or less the same approach towards Ukraine. I mean, especially this reluctance or reticence, as we say, can be observed in Paris, where I live, and in Western Europe as well. But will we be able to finally provide a solution for Ukraine and finally secure this country and secure the continent from further Russian invasions, maybe? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much for your brilliant contributions. My name is Emmanuel Zingeris. I'm last 3 decades in Lithuanian Parliament in Foreign Affairs Committee. My question will be related to our direct neighborhood, to Belarus, and to the footnote that from the 20th of February, Russian army continued to be there, and after 24th, it was heavily used against Ukraine. And now Belarus is overbooked with Russian army and Kaliningrad. And now we have a 100-kilometer gap. I will not call that, dear Michal, corridor, my goodness. But it's no corridors between Poland and Lithuania. But the gap of 100 kilometers in Suwalki should be fortified, not looking of the new possibilities of aeroplanes to cover that. So how to say, what we should say about future demilitarization, possible demilitarization of Belarus and Kaliningrad region? Thank you.
Thank you very
and no changes, any border, no changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a last question there? Okay, absolutely. Yes. We'll do that, and then we'll have to pick and choose.
Aleksandra Krzysztoszek, Euractiv Poland. I have a question to the Assistant Secretary General. There are going to be the election of a new Secretary General of NATO next year. Do you expect any change in NATO policy, not only towards Ukraine, but also towards other areas of NATO activity relating to the change in power in the alliance? Thank you very much.
Super, thank you very much. So we are a little bit over time, but I think we'll definitely do the round of answers. So Assistant Secretary, let's go with you. And if you have any closing thoughts as well, let's put it right now, because we'll finish right after your contributions.
With regard to next Secretary General, we have Secretary General, and he's going very strong, as we all know, so we stick at that. On Ukraine's membership, quite clearly, as you rightly said, Ukraine submitted application for the second time. And for now, we are led by Article 10 of the Washington Treaty, NATO's founding treaty, which says that every European country that contributes to the security of Euro-Atlantic space and where allies agree to admit can become a member. So allies will have to look at these parameters, and we will see. No doubt about Ukraine that she is contributing to Euro-Atlantic security. And as Minister said, as we all know, it's not only Ukrainians are fighting for us and self-defending themselves with, of course, our all allies and world's help. They're also standing up for the UN Charter. I would like to note that this is the basic instrument of international law where more than 190 countries have legally ratified it, committed to it, which provides for territorial integrity, sovereignty, for the right to self-defend. It's crucial, and Ukrainians are doing that with arms in their hands. They are standing up for concrete articles of the UN Charter. And it's really something unique in the history of the UN. And on NATO-EU joint declaration, indeed, the time of the war is not the time for joint declarations and drafting sessions and so on and so forth. So we are united in actions, and we work with our EU colleagues. Once the time comes for another political declaration or some other verbalizing of the common principles, common commitments, common everything, it will be there. And posthumous question on Chinese spying and infiltration. I think we have an intel track also here in the Warsaw Security Forum where the intelligence specialists are discussing these issues. But there is no doubt about the fact that Chinese activities within NATO countries are ongoing, be it on cyber, be it in influence activities through information space, where China has clearly become a hostile actor together with Russia. As you rightly pointed out, various infiltration activities, those are ongoing. So it's our internal allied societal resilience, understanding the risks, the responsibility of the governments, the responsibility of civil military intelligence services that work within NATO on daily basis. We have 70 military services working together on daily basis at NATO, sharing information, sharing threats, understanding each other. That these concerns, this information is shared, that they are identified, and so on and so forth. So I would also like to say that going forwards, on support to Ukraine till the end of the sacred war, till the victory of Ukraine, the discussion on defense spending, new defense investment pledge, whatever summit decisions we need to make, the enhanced forward presence, the unity of all allies is going to continue to be crucial. We are united and we need to stay united. And with this, I'll also thank Poland for its contributions to the transatlantic security, but also to Ukraine, to Ukrainian people here in Poland and elsewhere.
Thank you very much. The clock started blinking in various colors, which probably means that we have a little bit less time than I hoped. Minister and then Anna.
Yes, I tried to keep it short. So I will address just two questions. First, espionage, and then the fourth, what we need to have this deterrence by denial. First, regarding the espionage, the message is very clear and simple and short. So don't play with us. So we will capture anyone who is trying to find any secrets from us, and our services are good, and we will send you out. We will or send you back, however you want it. But you will not then, or you will end up in the prison. So clear message. So don't play with us. Second, the deterrence by denial. Well, for sure we know what to do. This is not a question. So we have Admiral Bauer sitting here, who is leading the military committee of Chief of Defense and of NATO, and there is a clear understanding what we need to do. And now is the question that can we speed up all these processes? I mentioned already the regional plans. We have to deliver also the Madrid summit conclusions, but to be very concrete, when we have a clear understanding that what the regional plans say, then we can start to exercise those plans and to execute these plans. We need pre-positioning in close neighborhood of Russia, and we need a clear understanding that if there is a trespassing of the border or any threat to our territory, of NATO's territory, we will fight back from the first meter, from the first inch, and we will not wait. Because when we take the last comment, when we take Ukraine, we see that basically Russia has strategically lost this war already. And because what they wanted to have is they wanted to weaken NATO, they failed. NATO is stronger than ever, and NATO is more united than ever. And additionally, we will have two very strong countries soon in NATO, Finland and Sweden. And Russia has to face the truth that they have 1,324 more kilometers to deal with NATO. So, yes, we are ready. Yes, we know what to do, what we have to do. Now we just need to speed up all these processes.
Just do it, right? Nike. Anna, for last minute for you to close us.
Oh, thank you. Well, I agree very much with what the defense minister just said on deterrence by denial, and that Sweden and Finland joining NATO, we really have a good opportunity here to take some major steps on that. You mentioned the subwater environment, but we also have the airspace, we have air and missile defense, we have the Patriot systems, we have a lot of things that we can contribute with, fill the gaps and connect the dots if we look at the Baltic Sea as one area that we need to defend together. And then there was a question on NORDEFCO, that's the Nordic Defence Cooperation, Regional Defence Cooperation. And I think this is, Sweden and Finland joining NATO will really take away the last hurdles, I think, to explore that defence cooperation further. For instance, when it comes to joint procurement or security of supply, which has been some issues before. And this could work as a framework for regional development within NATO, within the larger framework. So I really think this has a bright future ahead.
Thank you very much, Anna, also for being concise. So, we have Ukraine that is protecting us, that is the shield of Europe for the moment. They provide us time, and I would focus on what Minister has been doing. We now know what we need to be doing, what to do. We actually have to deliver on this. Really, between now and Vilnius, it's the similar situation as it was between the Wales and Warsaw Summit. So there we have work cut out for us. Please join me in thanking our excellent panel. And we'll be back with a president. Thank you.
Michał Baranowski for that fascinating session, focusing in on NATO. A new dawn. Too late, just in time. We're going to keep the focus on NATO, but we're going to just slightly flip it this time round, because we'll be looking at NATO's first-to-fight nations, those Baltic states. We heard about Ukraine being the shield, so to speak. There are countries that obviously have a border with Russia, and we will be speaking to, I am thrilled to say, our next guest in this high-level conversation on the Baltic states, NATO's first-to-fight nations. Please join me in welcoming to the stage His Excellency Egils Levits, the President of the Republic of Latvia. Welcome, welcome. So we've been listening to NATO, the New Dawn. We've been hearing how, as Michał there described, Ukraine as a shield. But we know, obviously, your country, the Baltic states, share a border with Russia. I just wonder, your concerns since this invasion?
Nowadays, geography plays a role, but much more relative as maybe 100 years ago. Because the distance for rockets from Kaliningrad to Berlin is the same as from Kaliningrad to Riga. It's rather in the mindset of the people and not as a military argument. So I would say that as Latvians, as representative of Baltic states, we are concerned on the security situation in Europe, very concerned. And we are committed to European Western values, and we are member of the system of collective defense, collective security. This means NATO. And NATO is defending all members in the same way there is, I would say, would be absolutely different situation when we would not have NATO as a defense organization, which was established already 1949. And I think NATO is a basis for defense of democratic states in Europe, in North Atlantic.
Are you happy, though? Are you convinced that should anything, God forbid, happen, that Article 5, that collective responsibility, that's strong? You feel shielded, do you?
Of course, Article 5 is a basis of NATO. Without Article 5, there would be no need for a NATO. Although this is a basis of the collective system of security, and collective system can work only when all member states are committed to the system. And I am absolutely sure that all member states are committed to NATO. And I participated in June this year in NATO summit. We have adopted a new strategy because the old one was not more realistic. The old one was adopted 2010 by different situation. Now we have adopted our NATO strategy to the new reality. And the basis of the new strategy is defense, deterrence through credible defense. And therefore we should invest in credible defense in order to keep Russia within its own borders. This is the task. Now we have not chosen that, but this is the right reaction to the situation.
For the first time, the strategic concept mentioned Russia as a direct threat. It mentioned China as well for the first time. But concretely, what has NATO done for Latvia since the escalation of the war? Because, of course, we've been talking about the war having been ongoing. It's not the 24th of February when this all kicked off.
Of course, Latvians are committed to the European values, to our democracy. We know the price of freedom. We are committed to Article 5, to the common security system, like other members of NATO. So, because I would like to stress again, collective security can work only when all member states are committed to that. And I'm sure, as democratic states, we are sharing the same values as United States, as Poland, as United Kingdom, as Portugal. And I would say for this is a reason why we are in NATO. And we are very happy that we are in NATO.
So Mr. President, you're happy that you're in NATO.
Yeah.
Arguably, it's complicated for Ukraine. That's putting it mildly.
Yeah, I admit
Understatement.
that it's more complicated, yes.
Just to pick on something that someone from the audience in the previous panel said, should Ukraine be part of NATO? Should you be just gunning for that and getting Ukraine within the shield of NATO?
NATO is a defense union for defense. And NATO is not aggressive organization, but only defense. It's absolutely clear. No one in Berlin, no one in Riga, no one in Paris are thinking how to conquer Moscow or Kaliningrad or someone. I think this is absolutely ridiculous. So it's very clear. It's a defense organization, and this is a basis for this collective security system. And of course, concerning Ukraine, Ukraine wants also to be member of this defense union, because Ukraine knows that it is a guarantor of peace. We in Latvia and other states are committed to the declaration of 2008 summit that it is open for new members, also for Ukraine. And in due time, we are not only ready, we want to have Ukraine in our system. Ukrainian army, Ukrainian society is only society in Europe now, and only army now, which has the experience of defending the country. And it is a very strong motivated military in Ukraine, strong motivated society as a whole to defend democracy. And it would be an advantage for NATO to have such strong member. We should think about how to include in due time. I will stress that when all member states are ready to that. But of course, we see Ukraine as a strong future member of NATO.
Future member. Future member.
It's not possible tomorrow.
Not for now.
Yes, future member.
Just looking within Latvia itself, you have a Russian-speaking minority. I wonder if you can just tell us what the situation is on the ground within Latvia, because it's a complicated situation for this specific group of people.
It's not more complicated as in several other states, but I would say that big majority of the Russian minority is absolutely loyal to Latvian state. There is a minority within the minority, I repeat, minority within the minority, which have still some sentimental feelings towards Russia. And we see that these feelings are, after the Russian war against Ukraine, are decreasing, because I repeat again, as a big majority of Russian minority want to live in Europe, not in a repressive, backwards-oriented Russia.
What happens with those Russians who are trying to leave Russia right now, the people that don't want to fight for Russia? What should happen?
Yes. So we see that this is not only a war of Putin. He alone is not committing all the crimes in Ukraine. He needs help for that. There is a lot of people which are from ideology committed to this ideology of imperialism, colonialism, and racism of the 19th century. He is not alone. And we see that with such mindset of big part, I would say maybe, or it seems unfortunately, majority of the Russian population. Of course, it is ideological war. And ideological war, and this ideology is shared by a big part, maybe majority of the Russian population. So it is possible within a short time to ideologize a big part of population through specific instruments. We saw that in Germany in end of the 90s or end of the at the beginning of the 30s. Yeah. Only a small part of Germans were Nazis. 5, 6, 7 years later, the big majority were Nazis. And this process is very similar to ideologization of Russians by this backwarded ideology. So we don't want this people by us, but there are enough countries in Europe which want to give them possibility to flee, because I would say this people don't want, they are supporting this ideology, but they don't want to fight themselves. They want that the neighbors are fighting, but not themselves. And therefore, I would say for Latvia, it is better that we don't have much of this Russian citizens. They can easily go to western part of Europe.
So are you effectively saying that you are closing your borders? Just remind us what the position is with
this. Yes, we are not more giving tourist visa for Russian citizens. Only in specific circumstances we are giving visas. It's not only our position, it's a position of at least 4 countries: Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and Finland is very close to our position.
But just in terms of, and I'm going to push this a little bit, but just in terms of if you have this, whatever reasons they're not willing to fight, they're not willing to fight. That means they are not in Russia and they're not getting conscripted and they are not fighting. Is it just not better to have them out of that country?
Maybe it's better for other Western European countries, not for us.
They don't share a border with Russia, though. They're crossing your border.
Of course, if some Western European countries want to have this, we can organize a transfer to these countries.
Diplomatically put. You've been to Kiev many times. You've been to Kiev.
Yeah.
And I know you feel strongly about the possibility, the process of holding people to account. Just talk us through what you hope the international community will do to support future war crimes processes while this war is ongoing, because it's important to look at that right now.
Yes, I was in Kiev one month ago. I have a very good conversation with President Zelensky, with Prime Minister Shmyhal, with other personalities. The Ukrainians are very motivated to defend the country. It's absolutely different to Russians. They are not motivated to fight, and therefore there is now maybe if I guess so, more or less equal situation on the front. And the Ukrainians are able to go further to liberate some parts of the territory. But concerning Russian war crimes, I would say that impunity is an invitation to crimes, also in all societies, but also in international community. Impunity is an invitation to crimes. And therefore, it is for principal reasons, it is necessary to establish an institution which would examine the responsibility of the Russian state for the gravest violation of international laws since the Second World War. And also individual war crimes. Concerning individual war crimes, the International Criminal Court in Hague is already started investigations. You know that justice is working normally slow, but in next year or in due time there would be court proceedings against the Russian war criminals in Hague. And also for state responsibility is also a very important question, and I assume that there would be and should be a special tribunal on the Russian war of aggression, because till now the International Court of Justice has not directly jurisdiction on this issue. But it is a gap in international law, and the international law is the basis for international peace order. And therefore, it is responsibility of the international community to defend international law. And I think this is to organize an institution which would examine Russian, I would say, the responsibility of the Russian state, then it is necessary to, in order to not to allow or not to give a reason for further crimes. For principal reasons, it is not important that the persons are sitting in the court accused, but for principal reasons that the international community is committed to international law. And if we are not doing so, that means it would lead to destruction of international law, and it would also end in a armed chaos in the world.
And just while we're looking at the future, I just want to throw forward a little bit further into the future then. As a final point, as a final thought, what do you do about Russia? How do you eventually, what kind of policies do you bring in to get this country back into the fold? Because you're not going to change the geography of where Latvia is. You will always share that border with Russia.
Yes, of course. I said already, from Kaliningrad, rocket has the same distance as to Berlin. We are doing all together with all European allies, with all NATO allies. We are sharing the common policy, because only together, not Latvian, not German, not Spanish policy can change the situation. Only NATO, European Union, also transatlantic or Western policy, if we want, can guarantee the peace in Europe.
On that note, Your Excellency, thank you so much. Egis Levits, the President of the Republic of Latvia, thank you so much for your frankness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, you have 20 minutes in which to grab some coffees, grab some food in the next room, and we'll see you in 20 minutes' time back in here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. That was great. A warm, warm welcome back. I hope you had a lovely break. We are back in action with our next panel debate. But before that, I want to bring you up to date with another key finding from that transatlantic trends survey. Now, this one is focusing on managing relations with Russia and also with China. And once we get that slide up on screen, it will show you that when it comes to the respondents, in most EU member states, well, it turns out they prefer working through the EU, through the European Union, rather than working through NATO. And these figures, what they represent, what they mean is when it comes to managing relations with either, say, Russia, only 9% of the respondents chose to do it through the United States, and only 11% wanted to manage relations with China through the United States. So it builds on that previous key finding that we brought to you about the slide, the projected slide in influence when it comes to the US sphere of influence. All of this we're showing you in order to guide you through the next conversation. So just have that in the back of your mind, especially when you're formulating your questions, because these are key findings from the Transatlantic Trends study. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming onto the stage for his panel, which will be discussing gazing at each other or facing the same direction. Bear that in mind. Please welcome on stage Christopher Huygson, the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, who will lead this ministerial panel discussion.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wonderful to be here. Before I start the panel, let me thank the organizers. Let me thank Katarina Pisarska from the Warsaw Security Forum. She has been a Munich young leader, and we are very happy to have this relationship between the Munich Security Conference and the Warsaw Security Forum. I'm very impressed by what you have put up here, Katarina. Thank you for this. Now, we are under strict time restrictions. The clock is working, so no introductions. We go right into the subject. Senator, you have been in Parliament, in Congress for 15 years, I believe. Have you seen a more happy and a more homogeneous NATO during this period?
Well, let me thank the hosts for convening this panel. Looking forward to it. Listen, I think it's always been fashionable to write the obituary of the transatlantic alliance. It seems like we're constantly in crisis, but we constantly find a way to remember the reasons for our genesis. And obviously, this is an existential threat to the alliance, and it is, I think, so important to show the world that we are able to step up and meet this challenge. And so, in the United States, I don't think we've ever seen the kind of support for NATO as we do today. We obviously are coming off of a bit of a hangover with a president who found political gain to be had in coming after the alliance. That opportunity doesn't exist any longer because there are Ukrainian flags flying all over the United States and great support for this deep integration with our European partners. But even before the Ukraine crisis, I think we had rallied around the notion that if we didn't find a way to cooperate more deeply, both on a security basis and an economic basis, China was going to own the rules of the road, the operating system for the world economy. And so, well, I think so much of our focus today is on supporting Ukraine, and I'm glad that we have found ways to do that. I think we also have discovered that if we aren't working together in a seamless web, we are also gifting the future world order to the Chinese. So for multiple reasons, this is an alliance that is as strong as ever before, and you see broad support for it, probably more substantial than ever before in the United States Congress.
Thank you. Thank you for this, Madame la Députée. Ms. Pusirev, you are a member of the party of the President, La République En Marche, or Renaissance. The President at some stage described the NATO as brain dead. I think he has changed that. How happy are you right now with NATO and the alliance? And if I can add the second part of this, European sovereignty, where do we stand there, and how do you see this is pursued?
Yes. I would say that NATO has changed since this sentence was pronounced by French President Macron. I think at that time there was a kind of ambiguity that has been lifted, and we have seen it recently when NATO gave this very swift response to the war in Ukraine, and we have been all united. And without first the bravery of the Ukrainian soldiers, of course, the resistance of the Ukrainian people, but without NATO, without I would say the strong political sanctions which were put on Russia. Maybe Russia, Putin would have found his way to Ukraine. So we can only be very positive that NATO has strengthened its posture. And this is what we were waiting for, I must say. Because, as you know, France is cooperating actively to NATO. We have more than 1,500 people, soldiers involved either in NATO response force or being a framework nation in Romania. We are doing air policing in Poland. We are part of the enhanced presence in the Baltic states. So I think our commitment is total, and we value the cooperation we have within NATO, and we think this is really the answer. And we always thought, anyway, NATO is the cornerstone of the collective security, of our collective security. And just to answer the second question, it's certainly not the time to oppose long-term plan. We can have to build up our strength in Europe, our sovereignty. It's not the time to oppose this long-term plan with the response to the present situation and what we have to the support we have to provide to Ukrainian forces. And it's not only military support, of course, political support, but we should not oppose European sovereignty and NATO. We have to look for a better articulation. We have to look for instance, increased maritime presence, coordinated maritime presence. And I could go on like that very long time, but I think that's enough for now.
Okay, well, maybe we come back to this. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for attending here today. I know you are under a lot of time pressure there. Now, you have a new Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister, when I followed the news, was just changing her policy on taxes. And how about the defense area? As Secretary of Defense, do you count on continuing the course that you led during the last years under Prime Minister Johnson, or do you expect changes there?
Well, I mean, I think that first and foremost, the Prime Minister is wedded to the pledge of 3% of GDP by 2030 and 2.5% of GDP in 2026. And in doing so, we first of all joined the 16 countries that have pledged to increase their defense spending since Ukraine was invaded. A timely declaration by many of those countries. You know, for us, we were already at 2%. We'd had an extra £24 billion in the lead up before Ukraine was invaded. But you know, I think we should all be asking ourselves the question of how can we not, you know, we can't afford not to be funding at higher levels than even 2% by 2030. And I think the trajectory we need to be on is to recognize that both, in a sense, locally, e.g. within Europe, Russia is a much more dangerous adversary than I think we all thought it might be. It is proactive, not only in waging a war in Europe and disregarding human rights and international laws. We've also seen threats. We've obviously seen the mysterious, so far, explosions around the gas pipeline and other measures taking place wider field. Wagner Group aggressively in West Africa, pushing legitimate UN, or trying to push out legitimate UN missions, and indeed the EU and missions out of places like Mali. And then on the other side of the world in the Pacific, a China ever growing in not only establishing itself, but a desire to challenge. President Xi himself talks about challenging the concepts of democracy and indeed those values that we hold so dear. So I don't see under my government, and my government has approximately two and a bit years left to run before the next election, and I don't see that changing under my government. In fact, this Prime Minister came to win the election as Prime Minister because of those pledges were part of it. That's why, for example, I supported her as well as I thought she was the best candidate. So, no, we're planning on increasing, investing in defence, and it's about time after 30 years. Many of our nations in Europe, we went from taking a peace dividend in 1991 to all our treasuries basically becoming corporate raiders and carrying on taking out of a defence budgets. Well, you pay for that in the end, and I think all of us will discover. Well, I know, because I speak to my colleagues around Europe, that all of us know that under the bonnet, the hollowing out that we've all experienced in our defence budgets for the last 20-odd years, where on the surface our militaries can boast numbers, but below that bonnet we have not enough infrastructure, not enough spare parts, not enough personnel, not enough modern weaponry, not enough weapon stocks. That's all coming home to roost, and we're going to have to deal with that, and that is going to cost money.
Yes, thank you very much, Secretary. And you were very kind not to point out, for instance, my country, Germany, which certainly thought that the peace dividend and fell back in defense spending, but now trying to make up. But I see that there is a lot of alignment. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned Africa. And while we are sitting here, and this is my impression from all the discussions, that we are very united, that NATO, we are very united supporting Ukraine. Russia, back there in Africa, is advancing. Russia has basically, taking over with its Wagner troop parts of Mali, now the latest coup d'etat in Burkina Faso. There's also apparently Russians behind this. Are we doing enough to counter this? And maybe, Madam Deputy, can I ask you first on this? This is an area where France was very active, and now, without much notice, Russia is gaining ground there. Are we doing enough to counter this?
At least France tried to have, to give support to countries when they called France to act, and it was a request from Mali in 2013, and we were there to try to support the government in place, to provide more security, to bring back the law order in some villages. And the situation completely changed because of what, as you mentioned, because of Russian interference. And it has been the case previously in Republic Central Africa, and now it's regarding Burkina Faso. And so we have been very impacted by the Wagner behavior, which is beyond what is acceptable. And there was a lot done by them on the information side. This is where we should have been, I think, personally think, we should have been more active in the informational war that has been taking place in Africa. As for France, we did the best we could. We are redeploying our system over there, and we will still be involved in fighting against terrorism, together with our allies, of course, and we thank Great Britain for the support they had provided to Barkhane with the Chinook helicopters. So we still have to talk about Africa, and France is still very active in Mediterranean region, in Middle East as well, and this is something I wanted to stress. We are keeping an eye on what is happening elsewhere, and I would say globally.
Yes, I would like to pick up there, Senator. When you are at the UN and when you have discussions there, it is totally different when you have it at NATO or here at Warsaw. There is a lot of talk about double standards, and there's a lot of equidistance. Are we doing enough? Is the US, do you think that you are doing enough also in Africa or Latin America? Is it to win over the government there? Because I'm afraid one of these days, in the UN General Assembly, the Chinese will get a majority there, and with their thinking. So while we have this wonderful alliance, outside the world is going into different directions. Do you have that on your radar screen? Yeah.
Well, of course we do, and for the United States and frankly our European partners, for us all to be a credible voice supporting democracy and human rights around the world, we need to be willing to both talk the talk and walk the walk. And listen, unfortunately, administration after administration, the United States sort of exposes itself with some pretty clearly hypocritical behavior. And so, I have, counseled, this administration, all friends, to be more consistent in their policy towards the Middle East. If we're going to be serious about democracy, if we're going to be serious about human rights, then we, frankly, have to have some tougher conversations and draw some more difficult lines with countries that have, engaged in some pretty serious repressive behavior. In Africa, I think we are viewing the consequence of the United States continuing to look at the continent through a security-only lens. We have spent 5 times as much money padding the budgets of security agencies as we do trying to midwife economic development. As we do trying to fight corruption and build good governance, and we end up funding security forces that are corrupt, that are abusing their own people, giving opportunities to Russians and the Chinese to come in and fill the vacuum. And so, while I agree that this is a moment where we have to understand the need to bolster our conventional defensive capabilities, it's also a reminder that we simply don't have the economic development and pro-democracy tools that we need to have in places like Africa, and a reminder that if we want to be a credible fulcrum to organize the world community around the protection of democracy and human rights, we have to occasionally draw some tough lines with some of our autocratic allies.
Mr. Secretary, do you also see Africa as a challenge for British foreign policy, British development policy? Is this something that you have also on your radar screen, again, seeing that we are here united, but there are people who look at this conflict differently. They only see that the price of energy goes up and food crisis, and they say, well, it is the old East-West conflict, and we just want to, we just want these big guys to solve it, but we are suffering. How do we respond enough to that?
I think that's more of I'm afraid, a German population response. If you look at polls in France and Britain and large parts of Europe, the population overwhelmingly supports the efforts that people are doing in Ukraine, whether that's military aid or non-military aid. And yes, and the polls even show they are prepared to pay the prices on their fuel bills, difficult as that is, because I think they see that it won't go away on its own. They know that in the end, Putin is going to carry on using energy as a weapon. But I think Africa is interesting because it is effectively the perfect stage, really, for all the sort of threats that we face. I often used to say to people, you don't have to go to the Pacific to compete with China. You only have to go to Africa. If you overlay the map of Russian Wagner interests, Russian military arms sales, Russian dirty money with Chinese mineral interests, with extremist, extremism in Africa, and you lay it on a map, it's quite a worrying map, because very often you see whole countries who are subject to all 3 competitions, and that doesn't bode well for many of those countries. And I used to often talk with Florence Parly, my counterpart, a lot, because we were doing our bit in security in Mali, as you rightly said, but we used to both agree the Algeria agreement had been put in place and brokered by the French. This is also a challenge for the UN. Africa, where was the nation building to accompany the effort that we were doing? The UN had its obligations in the Algeria agreement about education and de-radicalizing people. And if the nation building doesn't happen in parallel with the security, you're absolutely right, you'll just go backwards. And I think that the French took the right decision, that it was just becoming a tragic loss of life for French soldiers and other European soldiers. And for what? Because I think the 2 military coups happened, etc. So I think it's a challenge for us all. I think all of us know in today's 21st century, security is not just about hard power. It is about nation building. It is about making sure, it is about poverty. It is about migration challenges. And we have to invest in countries. So using the dollar, using the euro and the pound to actually invest alongside our security is the long-term challenge. But when you invest with the dollar, pound or euro, that's when you bump up against the yen or the ruble, because it's doing it at a discount, often without any concerns about the human rights of the country or who they're putting their yen in or ruble in the back pocket. And we all have, quite rightly, corruption laws and issues. So we have to find a way of not only helping some of those countries, but demonstrating why it is the better route. And we're not always that good at doing that. We need to get better at it. We need to be, take ourselves into, be more competitive, but better at how we are going to make sure that when a country, let's say in East Africa, a British company is competing with a Chinese company, that the Chinese company isn't building the swimming pool of the guy who's making the contract and everything else. But we need to find a way to be better at it.
Yeah, we cannot dwell on this, but I think this is a very important point. When China, everything is in one hand. They build the presidential palace, they do the financing, and they build personnel, and we don't have a system that matches it. So, but this is not for to do. We have not talked about one country, or only briefly, and this is China. When the U.S. administration started, also for us here, China was the one big challenge now. Putin has gotten all the attention, but in the back there looms China. The president will kind of change the Chinese constitution by getting a third term, and the country is more authoritarian. Are we ready for this competition? How do you, Mr. Senator, how do you see this playing out right now? To a certain degree, Xi took distance from Putin in the SCO summit by expressing some concerns, but basically he's pursuing his goal there, and Russia and China and the UN have been working hand in hand. How concerned are you with China after the Congress, after Xi is prolonged, and I said on Taiwan? And where do you see also a role for, or do you see a role for your NATO allies there?
Well, I think the first thing is to not become China's hype men, right? I mean, China's, 10 feet tall, not 30 feet tall. I mean, their zero COVID has been a disaster. Their economic growth rate this year appears to be cataclysmic compared to what their expectations were. Their wolf warrior diplomacy has boomeranged on them and frankly convinced many countries in Europe and around the world that they would be better off being more skeptical about unconditional economic and political alliance with China. So, this is a moment in which I think we have to be realistic about the opportunities that frankly come with great power competition, not just the downsides. I mean, listen, I think the future of relations with China run through our ability to build seamless cooperation between the United States and Europe. And so I am gladdened by our increasing discussions around trade and technology. If we're going to have an industrial policy in the United States, which I think we are on our way towards, boy, it makes no sense to do that unilaterally. We should be building a common industrial policy with Europe. It doesn't make sense for Europe to move out way ahead of us on technology regulation. Better for us to set the standard together. So I think China delights when we are setting different standards, when we are creating parallel industrial policies. I think they know they're in for a much rougher ride when we're acting together. And frankly, to this question we were discussing before about how you present an offer to countries that right now are allured by the free money with no strings attached from China, creating a seamless market between the United States and Europe, right? Creating an easy plug-in to the transatlantic economy for countries in China, countries in Africa as a alternative to an economic alliance with China is the future as well. So to me, let's be realistic about the threat that's presented by China, and let's understand that the closer we are cooperating in all matters between the United States and Europe, the more easily we can manage China's rise.
No, thank you very much. Also, this call for cooperation. it's hard to see from here, but questions, would like to take questions from the audience. Who is, yes, there are a few there. Please go ahead. And there should be a mic for you, and maybe you introduce yourself and tell us to whom you direct your question. Yeah.
In the meantime, I would just like to take the opportunity to talk about the farm initiative, in fact, because it's a response. I don't know if you're familiar with the farm initiative, is to make sure that African countries and other countries will be provided with food. And this was initiated under the French EU presidency. And I think this is an answer also to to what China could, the influence that China could gain into this crisis if we let them the only one to support these developing countries.
Yeah, and there's, of course, a global gateway program of the European Union where we have to put beef on. So where yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Jakub Graca. I'm an analyst of international relations for the Institute of New Europe in Warsaw. I have one question to Senator Murphy. Based on building on what you have said about countries that are making it easier for China and Russia to have access to the free world, I would like to point at Hungary, because Hungary is a very specific country that is part of NATO, part of the European Union. But on the other hand, Hungary, would you agree that agree or rather say that Hungary is fully on board when it comes to support for Ukraine and when it comes to our common stance on Russia? Because I, for one, don't think so. Looking at what Hungary is doing, it's not about Hungary as the country, but it's about the government of Viktor Orban. Because they are, in my opinion, they are to a large extent undermining our common stance on Russia and Ukraine. And what can we do to help Hungary divert to the right path? And because I have an impression that Hungary is getting away with what the government of Viktor Orban is getting away with everything. The US, the last time when the US did something on that matter was during Barack Obama's term. And these were limited sanctions. When it comes to during Trump's administration, nothing was done. And now during Biden's, also the US is silent on Hungary. So if you could please delve into this and elaborate on that, I would be grateful.
Well, I mean, listen, there's no doubt that often Hungary has a very different agenda than the rest of the NATO alliance, but we are also a big, diverse alliance, and we are constantly going to have robust discussions inside about our priorities. I think to the extent that you don't see the Biden administration speaking out at the level that you may wish is because right now, this administration rightly wants to stay in line, wants to stay coordinated with our NATO allies. And if there is a decision to be made about the future of the alliance, who's in or who's out, that's got to be a decision that is made collectively. Because there's nothing that Putin wants more than for this alliance to splinter, than for this alliance to turn inward and have all of its focus be on who's playing by the rules and who isn't. That's not to say that we shouldn't have tough conversations with Hungary or other members of the alliance who start to stray from our values or start to stray from the strategic direction. But I just think we have to be careful about playing Putin's game. And we have to be careful as the United States about getting out front of our allies who frankly live right next door to Hungary, who have to deal with them and integrate their economies with Hungary in a way that we don't. I think it's not good for us and not good for the alliance for us to be getting far too out front rhetorically from our partners.
Thank you for this. Next question. Yes, please. I think you have to go to the microphone, I assume, which is over there. And maybe the next one who asks a question, yes, further, a bit further, and then to the right.
I was really hoping that you'd get the Hungary question, so, you know.
What I can say on Hungary is, throughout this whole process, Hungary hasn't once blocked any efforts by NATO or the alliance to tackle what's going on in Ukraine. And what you often find amongst defense ministers is actually beneath the posturing and the foreign policy that all the foreign policy ministers clearly do in NATO and things like that, the defense ministers are sort of workmanlike and get on with it. And I went to visit Hungary not so long ago, and, you know, they've absolutely been in lockstep with the 30 in NATO, and that says a lot, right? I mean, that's actions rather than words. Yes, I know there are issues around Hungary and its relationships with minorities and its relationships into the European Commission and stuff, and I fully understand that. But, you know, when as far as Russia concerns, yeah, they're not front of the line, they're not number one hawk in town. But, you know, the great thing about an alliance, and it is a strength, is that we can all go at different speeds, you know, and we have on Ukraine. We've all got there, but I think, you know, we don't all have to turn up on day one exactly thinking the same thing and exactly doing the same thing at the same time, except in an Article 5 incident if Russia were to invade us as a member. So I think, you know, I would judge Hungary on its actions when it comes to Ukraine. Yes, it's not front and center, but it hasn't stopped, and NATO can be used to do all sorts of things. If you want to play individual sort of vetoes, it hasn't done any of that.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Thank you. Dominic Nichols from the Telegraph of London. For all panel members, please, in terms of reinvigorating the NATO alliance, which world leader has done more, Vladimir Putin or Donald Trump? And if the alliance is reinvigorated and needs to look east, do you think it's time that partners such as Australia are promoted from observer status to actual members? Thank you.
This was directed to anybody. Madame la députée.
Well, no comment on Donald Trump. But no, definitely the alliance is revigorated. And the strength of an alliance is that it has the ability to deter and to be credible. So now it's a transatlantic alliance. I'm sure we have other challenges in the Indo-Pacific, but it's not about maybe extending NATO mission to Indo-Pacific. As the senator said, it's more about how United States and other European nations can cooperate more effectively in this area, especially at sea. And I'm including, of course, Great Britain, and with the support of our Australian friends. And it's such a wide area that we have so many challenges that we should maybe articulate our Navy forces a bit more, I would say, tightly. And we have to step up our efforts in the field of Navy forces, because, as it was previously said, China has its own challenges, but it's approximately building one French Navy every 4 years. So in 2035, they will be very, very big, and so I suppose we have to prepare, get ready for any event in this area.
Mr. Secretary?
Well, brief, because I noticed the clock's ticking down. First of all, two things. It's been entirely a consistent policy of the United States under Barack Obama, under Donald Trump, and in Joe Biden, that, you know, asking Europe to pay more towards its security. I think that's an incredibly valid suggestion. You know, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and fundamentally, for decades, to some extent, the United States carried a large part of the burden. And I think that pressure, maybe articulated by some presidents in a more subtle way, maybe we say, but nevertheless was continuous. And I think that's been actually quite energizing for Europe, and many of us have known, and there are some incredibly brave countries in Europe who've taken big political risks by putting more, you know, prioritizing defense over domestic. And I think Then along came the pantomime villain, President Putin, who absolutely was the most energizing thing, I think, for all of NATO in making sure that he just reminded us that there really is somebody out there who really, really wants to not only challenge us, but wants to inflict violence and sub-threshold. You know, a president who clearly was engaged, or his government, in authorizing the use of nerve agent on the streets of Britain to assassinate someone and murder a British citizen is absolutely, in a sense, a gift to NATO. If NATO ever wondered what it was there for, well, you have the embodiment of it, and that's why I think it's been energized, and it is already started. It was already starting to reform, but it knows exactly where the line between good and bad is, and you know, we are in it. We're in the good side. I believe it, and we are now coming together, and all of us are reforming our militaries and getting that wake-up call. That US presidents, to be fair, they were always on. Sacco and others would always remind us about our readiness wasn't good enough. It wasn't. You know, we had troops on paper, but were we really ready? And we're all going to be ready soon, because that's the lesson we've all learned.
I'll take the bait on the Trump bit for 30 seconds. You know, I think what's interesting is that in real time, to give you a little bit of a sense of what's happening in American politics today, President Trump is market testing his old messages of criticism and hostility to the transatlantic alliance. Some of his allies are sort of putting out messages of skepticism about continuing to fund Ukraine, but they're not landing. One of his chief allies put out a statement yesterday or the day before criticizing the $12 billion supplemental appropriation that Congress made, and within about 30 seconds the post was removed because Americans see in a brand new way the value of this alliance. And these attacks, which I think were successful in the past on the value of staying true to the alliance, I just don't think work the way that they might have 6 years ago. And so, yes, I think in many ways, Vladimir Putin and his attack on Ukraine has renewed Americans' vigor for the alliance, and I think has diminished the impact politically of candidates who might think that they can score points by trying to argue for America's resources to come back home. So certainly an opportunity here to grow American support for the alliance, support that will hold the test of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senator. We are 2 minutes over time, and I don't want to bring any problems to our partners, Warsaw Security Forum. So let's end on this very positive note. Senator, I think that was maybe the most important message, at least I took from here, that this commitment, the US, that also from the polls you conduct, that this is something durable. For us, Europeans here, we must not fall back to what we did before, into complacency. We have to do our homework. We have to commit to the 2%, and we have to see to it that NATO, the alliance, functions, and within NATO, also the European Security Cooperation works within NATO. So thank you all very much. That has been very pleasant to be here in this board, and we were 3 minutes late. I hope we'll be forgiven. Thank you.
Warm thanks to Christopher Huygsen and his esteemed panel, really focusing in on that relationship, reviving that transatlantic alliance in times of war. And as we heard Ben Wallace say, if NATO ever wondered what it was for, well, this is the time for it to re-energize and re-have that focus with what we're watching in Ukraine. I want to bring you up to date with the final of our transatlantic trends slides, these findings from this survey of global public opinion when it comes to the war in Ukraine. And when we were talking about NATO kind of realigning itself, what we're finding here is a very sharp focus in terms of the respondents to the transatlantic survey, in terms of the percentage of people that want to see Russia prosecuted for war crimes, incredibly high. We saw earlier how the US's influence, its sphere of influence was dipping somewhat, but here very much Russia, war crimes persecution, 74%. And also, fascinatingly, as we talk about whether Ukraine should join NATO, and the reasons why potentially at the moment is complicated and it can't, look at this, the Transatlantic Trends Survey very much saying the respondents, 46% do want to see NATO troops being sent to Ukraine. So just have that in the back of your minds when we listen to our next panel. And this is a panel that is in partnership with the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung from Germany. This is shaping the long-term response to Russia's imperialism. Bear all this in mind when we're listening to our next panel. The Empire Strikes Back. Please join me in welcoming the moderator of this panel, TVN24 Business i Świat anchor Monika Tomasik.
Hello everyone, my name is Monika Tomasik and I have a great privilege to welcome you to the panel titled Empire Strikes Back, Shaping the Long-Term Response to Russia's Imperialism. Of course, there is a clear reference to Star Wars, except we don't want a sequel anymore. So this is having in mind some recent events and also events in the past, like war in Chechnya, war in Georgia, annexation of Crimea, shooting of aircraft of Malaysian Airlines, and annexation of further parts of Ukraine, territories of Ukraine, illegal annexation. There has to be the end for this harmful policy. So this is the question for our panel, how to put the end to this policy, to this harmful policy. And let me introduce my guests. So I'm honored to introduce Hanna Hopko, the head of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, former member of the former head of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Verkhovna Rada, member of the International Advisory Council, Warsaw Security Forum, and International Center for Ukraine Victory. Hello, good to have you here. Thank you. Mr. Linas Linkevičius, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, member of the International Advisory Council, Warsaw Security Forum. Good to have you, sir. Mr. Norbert Röttgen, member of the Bundestag, CDU, former federal minister, member of the International Advisory Council, Warsaw Security Forum. Hello, good to have you. And on his right, Vladimir Milov, member of Democratic Opposition of Russia, associate of Alexei Navalny, former Deputy Energy Minister of the Russian Federation. Good to have you, sir. Okay, but let me start with the first question based on current situation. We are just after the illegal annexation of 4 Ukrainian territories and also the damage of Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipeline. Also, there are many threats from Putin of using the nuclear weapon. So, the first question to Mrs. Hopko, is this the game changer, the annexation of Ukrainian territories?
So thank you for having me today in this important discussion. And I would say that Russia's unlawful attempt to annex Ukrainian territories in 4 oblasts has no legal consequences. And actually, I'm very optimistic that the brave, the Ukrainian armed forces will continue successfully liberating Ukrainian temporary occupied territories, and every inch of Ukrainian territory will be free from Russian occupiers. And I think the real game changer, or how to say, the strong position of Ukraine is recent address by the president of Ukraine to the indigenous peoples of Russia. And I would like to repeat his call, his appeal: fight to avoid death, defend your freedom in the streets and squares. So actually, I do hope that indigenous people in the territory of Russian Federation, in Siberia, in Caucasus, in Kalmykia, in Buryatia, in Yakutia, will not fall of the trap of partial mobilization and will not die in Ukrainian land. So I think this call on behalf of Ukrainian president is a really strong voice to avoid like a new death, and actually the game changer, this is not the game changer, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Milov, what do you think? Is the annexation the sign of strength, or rather the sign of panic? What is your assessment?
This is an absolute sign of weakness and panic, and I think you should look at this in a systemic context, because it was not just the annexation that was announced hastily by Putin, but he threw out the whole package. Once again, he elevated the nuclear threats. Second, he has done what he really hesitated to do for a long, long time. There's been rumors that he would announce mobilization of the population on the 9th of May and subsequently, but he hesitated because public opinion matters for him. And the public opinion reaction was strongly negative. But he threw all these wild cards simultaneously on the table, because what is a real game changer is the Ukrainian counteroffensive, because the Ukrainian army currently is not only well equipped and trained, but also motivated to recapture the illegally occupied territories. And Russian army doesn't have neither the motivation to fight and hold the ground, nor proper supplies, logistics, everything is in disarray. So what we saw in the Ukrainian offensive in Kharkiv region, what we're seeing right now in the south of Ukraine, is that once Ukrainian army starts advancing, Russian soldiers, lacking the motivation, lacking supplies, they just run. He sees that. I think it's not a surprise that he announced all this package, so to say, including the hastily managed referendums on illegal annexation immediately after successful Kharkiv counteroffensive. I think there's a clear connection in that.
And what do you think about this Zelensky address to the Russian people? Are they going to hear it just in case of the situation with mobilization? There is no big support for this mobilization. Russian people are fleeing Russia. They don't want to fight in this war.
It is a complicated topic, because obviously Ukraine is under an absolutely barbaric illegal attack by Russia. So, answering these questions, I have to show some restraint, but point is, the messaging of Ukrainian government and President Zelensky to Russians in the beginning of the war was much better and much more consistent than now. Because we see that, some hints about collective guilt and some other issues which really many people in Russia who are against Putin, against the war, they don't receive this message very well, because they hope for a better understanding of the situation that they find themselves in. So, well, obviously President Zelensky is very much watched and very popular in Russia, but I would suggest that the understanding of what is really happening on the ground in my country is a little bit more enhanced, both in the West and in Ukraine.
Okay, Mr. Rutgen, I would like you to ask you, what about the damage of the Nord Stream pipelines? Is it a game changer for Germany?
No, certainly not. I have to admit that I cannot detect the sense in this destruction of the Russian gas infrastructure in the Baltic Sea, but certainly it has not. It's not in any way close to be a game changer, because the energy policy has been clear so far. There is no gas transport via Nord Stream 1. Nord Stream 2 has never become operational. I fought against this project for years, but now there is a consensus achieved in our country that Nord Stream 2 will never become operational. So it's the destruction of an infrastructure which has never been in use or was not in use any longer. So no, the facts haven't changed by that.
Okay, and the policy will change towards Russia or towards helping Ukraine?
The policy will change when?
With more equipment giving to Ukraine?
Yeah, I think this is what we have learned altogether, and have to learn, that the political changes and opportunities are a consequence and result of the military development. This is what we are seeing. And the military development, of course, and the huge and unexpected success of the counteroffensive, both in the east and the south, they are, of course, only possible because of the military support. Yes, and there could be more military support in order to accelerate the military success. This is what is an issue in our domestic debate. The opposition, I would say a majority of the Bundestag, of our national parliament, advocating for doing more, delivering more, effectively delivering everything we can, our industry and our national army. This is not the view of the government, particularly not of the Chancellor. There's also a debate within our government, but the Chancellor, of course, has the most powerful word in resisting the delivery of main battle tanks and other tanks. And I think this is the crucial point in the development to the military support of Ukraine, which will lead to the opportunity to achieve political solutions.
Mr. Linkevičius, how significant is the threat of using the nuclear weapon by Vladimir Putin? I'm asking you this question firstly because Baltic states, Poland, we are in the front line.
No, it is significant as everything, but we should understand that part of tactics of Kremlin is bluffing and really raising these issues where everybody is scared. And they will use that until everybody will be really scared and will listen. If not, they will invent something else. But that will be continued, and this is the case. When they feel this space where they can fill in with their rhetoric, with their propaganda, they will always do that. If they will feel that something is already settled and is irreversible, they will de-dramatize. Due to the time, I will not mention, but some points, for instance. I remember our membership in NATO, it was big noise. But I remember my discussion with, at that time, Defense Minister Sergei Ivanov in 2002, when he asked me whether we will be members of NATO next year. I told, no, next year we will be candidates. If is everything okay, we'll be members in 2004. And he said, it's okay, it's no problem. And there's no problem was not reflected in their media. Or now Sweden and Finland, if you remember this, of course, everybody remembers the speech of Putin on the eve of 24th of February, when he told that no more expansion of NATO and so on and so forth, and NATO should come back to 97 borders, and it was drama, right? And then suddenly he realized that Sweden and Finland probably will be, it's not so easy, but nevertheless, it's irreversible. And then they said, it's okay, it's up to them, it's not a big problem. It's exactly the same going on now. They will use any opportunity when they feel that they really can split us, divide, and make some conflict. But if they feel that we are united, if it's irreversible, they will stop and invent another item for the bluffing, which is also the case. So nuclear, I don't know, probably military people can say more, but this tactical nuclear weapon will change nothing in the military field, basically, but will be huge, painful consequences politically. It's enough already for Kremlin. They're already losing their associates, their friends, believers, already losing, eyes. And if they will really manage to do that, they will achieve nothing, but they will definitely cut themselves from anything which was considered as kind of possible alliance in the future. So really, I cannot say that I can really say that 100% they will not do that. Of course, nobody will tell that. Probability is very low, but any threats should be taken seriously, but it shouldn't change our attitude, it shouldn't change our stance, and we shouldn't hesitate in supporting Ukraine. It cannot be any pause, otherwise it will be really defeat. It will be defeat, and for them it will be really temporary victory, some pause to regain power and continue with the war. And one more point, now they're pretending that they are really ready to negotiate for the peace, which looks very, very attractive to many, but in fact they are trying to seize these territories which they captured illegally. They would like to have this pause to regain power and to continue with the war, which has nothing to do with any peace. So I'm telling obvious things which should be understandable, but unfortunately for some it's still attractive. So let's make a deal, we'll have a peace, and that's this songs were already known from the history. And I doubt it will happen, but nevertheless we have to talk about that to prevent not to be fooled in the future.
Elon Musk made it attractive the last 24 hours, so probably. Yes. Mr. Milov, can you add something to this discussion? Do you think it can be the next step? Unfortunately, the using, the next and the last.
Well, first, as February 24th taught us, we've got to be prepared, even for a small possibility. Many people did not believe, including myself, actually, because I was widely commenting that the status of Russian army is so poor that it will be insane to invade. But Putin did it, so we got to have a response plan to every opportunity. However, I would agree with Minister Linkevičius that the military advantages from using a tactical nuclear weapon are negligible. However, there will be a lot of other negative consequences, not only the international reaction, but if you remember Chernobyl in 1986, all adjacent Russian areas have a risk of being contaminated, and these are, for once, the most important agricultural producing regions. Krasnodar and Rostov, which are being shut down in terms of airspace right now, are the biggest agricultural producers, as well as Belgorod and Bryansk. So Putin will shoot himself, not even in the food, but maybe in some other vital organs, So I think, and if we're talking about like a strategic all-out war, I would recommend to read, it's very easy to Google in Russian, Dmitry Rogozin, Russia will lose a war to America in 6 hours. 9 years ago, in 2013, Rogozin was a deputy prime minister. He given a lecture explaining how 90% of Russia's strategic potential will be destroyed just in a few hours, and Putin and Russian top officials are very much aware of that weakness. So I think it's just a bluff, but we got to be prepared.
Okay, let's move to the next point. And starting, I would like to quote the Russian author, Sergei Medvedev, who wrote in his book, The Return of the Russian Leviathan, a memory. He shared a memory. He was raised in Moscow, and there was a story about the child that is going to the toy store and asking for a globe of Soviet Union. So my question and my point is, having that on mind, is the war in Ukraine Putin's war or Russia's war? How should we see people who are fleeing Russia now because they don't want to go to the military? Should we invite them or rather have some security concerns? Mr. Rudkin.
I would say that this war certainly started as Putin's war. I think more or less nobody had a great appetite of waging war against Ukraine within the society, and I would say even across the military elite of the country. And I think at the center of this war, why it started, is very much Putin's obsession to establish again a Russian empire in Europe and with power beyond Europe. I think his ambition, his determination and obsession, his obsessive ambition has been to rewrite history and to rectify the outcome of the Cold War. I think he wants to implement this historic will and restore Russia as it has been before, and I think this is what has motivated him. Over the course of the war, I think the Russian propaganda has been, again, quite successful in embroiling a lot of people in this war effort, particularly because of the fact that so far in the first months, this war was observed by Russian TV observers, but it was not waged by Russians, but by ethnic minorities. So they were more or less the TV viewers of this war and not the participants, not the soldiers. And with the partial mobilization, he has changed this, for example. This also has turned out to be extremely counterproductive because now Russians have become scared to get embroiled in this war. And of course, the atrocities which have been committed, this has spread this originally Putin war to a kind of Russian war. We have to be clear about that. However, we have to wait and see and have to be very cautious and very very observant to this development. If the current situation were to continue and we were to see first what we are already seeing, a gradual collapse and perhaps then a sudden collapse of the Russian army, I think there will be a desire for a scapegoat. And this will very much then perhaps turn again from a Russian war into a Putin war and the likes of him. So this is perhaps a development we are going to see. The military the military weakness seems to continue on the Russian side, and then we will, when we have to start and have to already have in our minds what is our idea of a future relationship. And regarding the future relationship with Russia, and we do not know which Russia will evolve out of a possible military catastrophe in the Russian eyes. I think we have to take this question, is it a Putin war or a Russia war, have to take in mind this question. And of course, the Russian society, Russia as a nation, will not disintegrate. Perhaps the Russian state may disintegrate. This may be a political outcome, a historic outcome out of this war, but we have to take in mind that there is a future with Russia as a society. And for this reason, I think we have to outline and stress the authorship and the responsibility of Putin and the collective elite of this country.
Hannah.
So first, I want to react that saying that it's barbaric act, we have to tell the truth. What's happening in Ukraine, Russia is committing a genocide. Russia should be designated as a state sponsor of terrorism. First. And I would like to see that the representatives of Russian opposition or others also join us in condemning and recognizing that this is a genocide. This will be fair. Second, I also would like to react on the weapons we are receiving from Germany, because modern NATO standard Leopard tanks are not in Ukraine. And what I heard in Berlin, that we want to help Ukraine to win, but Russia not to lose. I never seen a half-pregnant woman. I'm sorry. So this is really important. If you really want to help Ukraine to win, please give us modern weapons and help Ukrainian fighters to guarantee that every inch of Ukrainian territory are free. Because in the liberated recently territories, what we've seen in Izum, it's even worse than what we've seen in Bucha, in Mariupol. And for Ukraine, it's not about territories. It's about saving lives of people, which are every hour facing atrocities, facing rapes, kids, and others. So we have to stop Russians killing Ukrainians. And actually, what really, because this is my probably 8 times at the Warsaw Security Forum. I remember how we started. Only peaceful settlement, only political diplomatic way. We will not provide Ukraine with javelins and others. And so what? Now we are discussing about genocide. And now we're also hearing that Ukraine will receive the weapons at the level which is enough for negotiations, which will strengthen Ukrainian position to negotiate. We don't need to negotiate. Russia has to capitulate, and international tribunal and also reparations is like post-war Germany. It's the only way to democratize. And I don't want to hear about another conditions for negotiations. It's not a time for negotiations. 95% of Ukrainians believe that we are winning, and defeat of Russia, totalitarian regime, is in the interest of the whole world. It's in the interest of the Indo-Pacific region, whereas another authoritarian regime just waiting when to attack another society or countries and others. So I think it's really important to learn the lessons that we need weapons at the scale or the level that we will liberate Ukrainian territories according to the internationally recognized borders, which includes also Crimea. And answering on your also questions, when I mentioned President Zelensky's speech or address, it was not an address to Russian people. It was the address to indigenous peoples living in the territory of Russian Federation, which is now a prison of nations. And our president, when he was addressing, he was staying in the center of Kiev, where Imam Shamil, the hero of Dagestan, and the entire Caucasus lived in 1860s. As you can see, Ukraine knows how to honor the heroes of Dagestan. And what are the heroes in current Russia? It's a cult of Stalin. In the Red Square, you could see whom you could see, Lenin and Stalin. So Russian society are honoring people who are responsible for genocide, which happened last century. So let's not talk about Putin, because in Ukraine, when Yanukovych was attempted to turn Ukraine into the dictatorship, so we stopped him and he left country. So we didn't allow Yanukovych to turn Ukraine to authoritarianism. Russian society allowed Kremlin to turn to totalitarian regime. So, and by the way, one of the famous leaders of Putin is Peter the Great. Peter the Great, who renamed Moscovia into Russia, stealing the name of Rus, Kiev Rus. And I do believe that everyone who visited Kiev, you've seen St. Sophia Cathedral, one of the most beautiful and ancient. When St. Sophia Cathedral was built, Russia didn't exist. So from Peter the Great, Soviet Union, and now Russia, it's not about regime change. It's about the imperialistic nature of Russian statehood. So this is the key questions. We have to prepare a strategy, and I'm really thankful to some brave experts and generals like Ben Hodges, who already mentioning that we have to call in for starting to prepare for the collapse of Russia for a number of reasons, and to reduce the geopolitical consequences on these processes. So don't be afraid. Let me quote President Biden, and actually I'm very thankful to Western supply, but without fighting spirit of Ukrainian army, which is key, and we will win this time. And actually, those who are delaying with weapons will be guilty for many deaths, which we could prevent. Thank you.
Hannah, thank you. Hannah, thank you. You've made a clear point. And maybe my question is to Vladimir Milov. Because Hannah was talking about it. After the collapse of Soviet Union, there was no decommunization process in Russia, no punishment for Soviet crimes. Maybe this is this is why Russians are so susceptible to propaganda, and they don't see the connection between great Russia and great crime.
This is actually part of the problem, indeed, that there was no decommunization. But let's not oversimplify. I'm going to suggest you to go back 20 years ago. 20 years ago, over 70% of Russians had a positive attitude of the United States of America. 20 years ago, majority of Russians, according to opinion polls, wanted to apply for a membership of the European Union. 20 years ago, Vladimir Putin, and this is a direct quote, I recently made a video about that for my YouTube channel, which has now 250,000 views. Vladimir Putin was speaking in Rome when they signed the joint Rome Declaration with NATO, speaking about the joint security space between Vancouver and Vladivostok, that is a direct quote from Putin, overwhelmingly supported by the majority of the Russian population, which is true, which it was at the time being. Now, I agree that, listen, Russians will have now to go a long way, a long, hard way to actually prove that this is Putin's war and not their war. I agree with that. The ball is on our court. This is for the Russians to prove. But I know Russia very well. I'm 50 years old. I traveled like 80% of the Russian regions. I literally talked and shook hands with tens of thousands of people. I think I know something about my country, and my country doesn't support this. If you go around the streets of like any major city, you would see that the anti-war graffiti is present very heavily. You can spot it. But these Z Nazi symbols on cars and elsewhere, they're just bare minimum, mostly inflicted by the administrations and so on. There is no bottom-up movement for support of Putin's imperialist policies and his war. Why did Putin announce the mandatory mobilization in the first place in September? Because he was trying to lure people in to go voluntarily recruit for a significant money and go to fight. But he failed. Nobody went. So I think it's complicated. Yes, I agree that Russia will have to prove that it's not as imperialistic country as the world sees it right now. But I know that the good signs are there. And our mission, the mission of myself and the colleagues from the opposition, is that we are talking to Russians. We have millions and millions in daily audiences, and it matters. Public opinion is shifting. Russians are getting out of this propaganda and disinformation bubble that Putin tried to lock themselves in. It's not an easy process. Sometimes can be ugly, but there's no other way to go, because if Russia does not become a democratic state which adheres to the rule of law and international order, rule-based order, it will always come back and attack somebody. It's the only way to go to try to make it a modern democratic country. Is it possible? I don't know. No guarantees. But we should keep trying, and it's the only way.
Thank you. And Mr. Rotkin, do you see the need of Russian Nuremberg? Russian Nuremberg.
Nuremberg. Look, if I take what you told about your compatriots, about your country, that it is essential to build a democratic Russia obeying by the rule of law, then we have to bear the responsibility as the European neighbors of Russia. How could we contribute to this development in Russia, while being absolutely clear about that this is not what we can essentially influence, but it's completely up to the Russian people to decide upon their fate. And I think they would not like us to interfere in their internal development. But however, if you look back into history, and I hate the historic parallels, but if you have a look at on the German history, the international treatment with German guilt in the First World War was not a recipe for building peace. So, and I would be very cautious in organizing. So, there are conflicts, let me put it that way. Of course, there are huge atrocities. Hannah has outlined it. And this is not in the first place a matter of sentiment, but of realities. People have been killed. They have been slaughtered. They have been raped, and all the injustices that happened. But we have to bear in mind that there is perhaps even a dilemma, a terrible conflict between justice and peace. And we have not yet started to think about that. Perhaps, rightly so, it might be a little bit premature. But I think it's not far away that we have to start about thinking, discussing, preparing for such conflicts as one between justice, by establishing international courts, and what could be our contribution to a peaceful coexistence and to a development within Russia that cannot be based on defying and lying about the past. But you have to win over the future by developing a democratic, rules-based Russia. I think this is the absolute core of the future peace of Europe.
Mr. Rinkevicius, would you like to add something to this, or rather tell us if you see the place for or lessons that Russia can take from the former Soviet Union parts, from countries?
Not coming to my mind, not lessons what Russia should take, but what lessons we have to learn, which was unlearned. It was the endless process of appeasement, of so-called dialogue, which led nowhere, covering non-willingness to act and even non-ability to influence the situation. And when Kasia Pisarska quoted Einstein during her speech, you remember that the world is dangerous not because of these bad people, but because of those people which are not preventing those bad people from acting. And this is exactly the case. We have to change our mindset. And we have to understand that it's not just we're discussing what Russia will do, what Putin will do. Let's discuss what we should do. We cannot give up, you know. We cannot tolerate what is happening, basically. We have to learn unlearned lessons, which started not on February 24, and even not during annexation of Crimea, even earlier. Occupation of 20% of Georgia. Nothing happened. Chechnya, anything. And you know, this is something where we're listening from the outset, that we were always handful of those which were not agreeing and trying to convince our colleagues, let's be consistent. Why Russia should respect our decisions, which we are not respecting ourselves, our decisions. That was the case. If we look at the situation of occupation of Georgia, for instance, right? So what I'm coming to mind, this is really unlearned lessons of the West, and there is not enough to acknowledge, but it's also important not to repeat. Not to repeat. And here it's a moment of truth. It's really, really very important now situation, and if we'll, I hope we will succeed. I hope we will continue with the sustainable support for Ukraine. Financial, military, diplomatic, political, sustainable. It's very important. Not to give up, not to make any pause. And also very important to understand one day that when we are saying and claiming each other that, look, Ukraine must win. Of course must win. We all wish Ukraine to win. But there we should realize that Russia must lose. Otherwise, it's not possible. And those who still hesitate and afraid that Russia will lose too badly, or something like that. This explains sometimes resistance to support Ukraine sufficiently. This is really a decisive moment. We have to understand that Kremlin will not change unless painfully lose.
Mr. Rudgan, what do you think about this point?
No, I agree with that. I think I do not want to explain the reluctance and hesitance to be clear on that. And I do not want to be partisan either. But the German Chancellor says Ukraine must not lose. Ukraine must not lose and Russia must not win. But he doesn't say the two other sentences, which is Ukraine must win. And this means that Russia must lose on the Ukrainian battlefield. This is a clarity we have to deliver. And this clarity is required in order to draw the proper consequences out of this. There is no way to compromise on that. If there is, and we absolutely agree on this, there is a brutal, illegal war waged against a neighborhood country for pure reasons of power grabbing and the obsession to establish an empire. And this is completely illegal and has to be rejected. And this is the only way to do that and to achieve a political solution at the end of the day, which we alluded to, which is the re-establishment of the European peace order, which was violated and left by Russia not in 2022, but in 2014. This has a military precondition, and this is that Ukraine wins this war, which has been aggressively, illegally fought against Ukraine, and for this reason, Russia has to win. This is a clarity which can't be avoided and must not be avoided. I completely agree with that.
Okay, we are run out of time, so I think that we have time for our last question, and I would like to ask this question firstly to Mr. Milov. What is the situation of Russian opposition? So what next after Putin?
I think we should make a clear connection that many people are very disappointed, to say the very least, that there are no major protests in Russia. But we should make a clear connection. We now know why the organized opposition was destroyed last year in 2021. We now more or less understand that this was done as a pretext to make sure that there's no organized anti-war movement when Putin attacks Ukraine. So opposition has a hard time because it cannot operate on the ground. FSB, Russian Security Service, immediately cracks down on, even some small-scale, relatively vegetarian protest activity in the regions. However, we are effectively, because of the information technology and social media, we are pretty effectively operating from abroad. And as a matter of fact, if you want to talk about Russian opinion polling data, one of the major features since the beginning of the war is that trust and viewership of the state-run media has collapsed to unprecedented lows. By all major pollsters, it's about 25–30% now. Complete trust in state television. It's about halved since February. And we are competing for audience with them, broadcasting from abroad, doing a job which Voice of America and Radio Liberty did in the 70s and 80s. So we try to wake society up. It's a painful process because of extreme repression, but eventually you will see Russians coming to the streets and protesting.
Hanna, would you like to add something in the end?
So as an optimist, of course, I would like to share my dreams. And one day in the Red Square in Moscow, there will be two memorials. One for genocide organized by Stalin, and second organized by Russian Federation. And this will happen because together with International Tribunal compensations, and I would refer to the World War II, when post-war Germany paid a lot, not I would refer to World War I. So, and now we are seeing Germany as a member of NATO, EU and others. So this is important also, all this punishment, not just for Kremlin totalitarian regime, but also Russian society should also pay reparations. But Also, in 1991, the Soviet Union disintegration was a defeat of communism, but not the defeat of colonialism, not the defeat of imperialism. So I think we have to learn the lessons from the Soviet Union collapse, and now by developing a strategy on Russia also, which includes different scenarios. And this goes to my second dream. Since I'm on the sanctions, Russian sanctions, but I believe that one day I will visit Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Udmurtia, because I have a lot of people who are fighting with regimes, who are with Ukraine, not with Russia in the genocide against us. And all these people in exile in different EU countries, in US. And I do believe that next year at the Warsaw Security Forum, besides opposition voices, we will hear also the voices of indigenous people. Like Chechnya, after Soviet Union collapse, they proclaimed independence. And in return, they received genocide. And I do believe that we will also condemn this genocide and will help. And I'm also very thankful to people from Chechnya who are now fighting with Ukrainian armed forces, not Kadyrov's guys. And, you know, when I saw Putin signing something, it's like this farce just a week ago, I was thinking about that one day in Kiev, there will be ceremony of signing agreement, bilateral agreement with independent states after prison of nation empire will be disintegrating.
Well, at least I wish your dreams will come true. Thank you for your time. Hanna Hop, Kolina Slinkevicius, Vladimir Milov, Norbert Rudgen. Thank you.
Esteemed guests, our big thanks to Monika Tomaszek and her panel. Strong words, a strong panel, a strong call to action. Our final panel of the day, of our first day of this conference, will also be incredibly strong because we are now moving to recognizing the role of women in the evolving security landscape. Now, this is a panel that will be led by Hannah Neumann. She is the member of the European Parliament, and she is also a founder of the She-Curity initiative. Hannah will tell us a little bit more about that at the beginning of her panel. This is a session in partnership with the Heinrich Böll Stiftung organization. So please, a big round of applause for our next panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah. Oh, I have my panelists coming in already. That's amazing. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya from Belarus. Some would say the president of Belarus. Catherine Ashton, former High Representative of the European Union, the first High Representative and the first woman in that position. And we're still missing Ola Stefan. Ah, there you are. Ola Stefanishina from Ukraine. Vice Prime Minister, I think that's the official title, for European and transatlantic cooperation. My name is Hannah Neumann. I'm a member of the European Parliament working as all of these women on foreign and security policy, me with a focus on the Middle East. So you can imagine we share something. Quite often we are the only women in the room. So when I started my work in Parliament, I said, that's something we have to change. And I started a discussion about gender equality in foreign and security policy. And I was often met with people saying to me, but that's just ideology. I said, okay, you think it's ideology, I can tell you. Quite often I'm the only woman in the room, and I know another woman who's the only woman in the room, and I know another woman who's the only woman in the room. So we may need more data and facts on the issue. So I said, okay, let's just see how many women we have in diplomacy, how many women we have in national parliaments, how many women we have in the military. And I thought the data is out there. Well, I can tell you it's not. And that's when I started, together with a lot of other partners, and Warsaw Security Forum is now also partner, the She-Curity initiatives. You can see this security, we put an H in it, and then we own it as women, where we collect all this data about women in the embassies, in the military, and so on. And let me just share with you 4 key findings that maybe set the stage also for the discussion that we're having now. The first one, 22 years after Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, we have very little data on what did we actually achieve in these 22 years. We know so little about how many women we have in this field. The second one is, the higher the level gets, be it in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, be it in the military, the fewer women we have, and this is only slowly changing over time. Third fact, things are moving very slowly. Everyone agrees on a rhetorical level that we need more women, that women make peace deals last longer, involvement of women makes societies more peaceful, but still we are moving incredibly slow. And number 4, and we painfully see that often today, the moment we have an acute crisis, women disappear from the front lines. And that's why I'm so happy to have this panel here today with 3 women that actually break exactly this pattern. And that's something that we want to discuss about in the next 35 to 40 minutes. So Olha, you are from Ukraine. You are clearly at the forefront, one, of the war against Russia. I guess we can describe the Kremlin as the epicenter of toxic masculinity at the moment. If you see all these marches and these men and how they are trying to symbolize power, which apparently they have to a far lesser degree than they thought. What did the outbreak of the war do to the role of women in Ukraine, but especially women in leadership positions in foreign and security policy?
Well, thank you so much. Indeed, it's a very interesting angle of discussion. And before this full-scale war, I was in charge of Euro-Atlantic integration and gender policy. And we've been doing a lot to integrate the gender component to security and defense sector, as well as address various loopholes in the government policies related to gender. So a part of the positive part of this mandate, I've also been subjected to many critical moments. So by the time the full-scale war started, I also had a very strong element of resilience towards anything which might destabilize me as a leader, as a politician of the country in war. But 3:30 in the morning on 24th of February, there's been a few minutes to make all of the decisions which has led us to where we are. So, there's been a few minutes to decide that, okay, there is a full-scale war. It has started. My house has been bombed. My family has not been safe. The martial law is to be introduced very soon. So I made a decision, okay, I step in. So, and this was the moment where, starting from that moment, there were no limits at all. There were no limits in anything related to somebody I have to outreach to get more military support, to inform of the current situation, to hold any negotiations, or even file the application for EU membership on a 4th day of war. So there were no limits, and basically there were no time for any reflections whether they took place or not, on the elements whether somebody is ready to hear you, are you mandated enough to raise some issues. So the tone and the energy with which we were pushing for everything didn't really give any leverage for hesitation. So these were the time when there were no red lines, no limits to reach anything which will allow us to succeed on a front line, to survive, and to help my country and armed forces to be more effective. But the feminine element of this war is of particular importance because most of the women had to safeguard their families. They were fleeing out of the country. They were not ready to go on a far front. And a very separate part of what I've been doing over the first weeks of war was tasking women who were outreaching me, asking what I can do, how can I be useful. And this was a very, very important element because dozens and hundreds of women were mobilized to be volunteers, mobilized to advocate for political support. And we were just a real front. And by the way, 15,000 of Ukrainian women has started to take part as active fighters in the armed forces of Ukraine. So everything we've been building before the war has made us just stronger.
You mentioned many women entered the military, but I can say from my perspective, I also see many Ukrainian women actually traveling abroad to do the negotiations, the hard stuff about arms deliveries, about NATO accession. So this is a picture that's also new to us, but it's good to see that, well, as you described it, there's this moment you have to make the decision, you go, and that changes your life. I guess, Svetlana, you can relate to that one. Huh? There was a moment in your life when your husband was put into prison and you decided to take over the campaign. You have been faced with vicious comments also regarding your gender. I remember Lukashenko saying, well, but she's just a housewife, she can't be president, and then you won the elections. Can you relate to these experiences and what does it mean, how does it change you being at the forefront, but at the same time being a role model for many women back in Belarus, but also those in exile?
So, first of all, what I understood from my experience is that women are much stronger than they might seem. Because when I had to make this decision, to support my husband, it was a very difficult decision. I was rather scared because I knew about the regime, I knew about the methods of fighting, but it was important for me to show that I have strength to counter to this regime, to counter with the violence in Belarus, and I continue to fight. It's difficult. My everyday life is full of pain, is full of fear. Fear for those who are detained, who are being tortured in prisons. I fear for those who are in Belarus because I know that they live in the country where tyranny, where terror prevails, but you realize your role, you know that people gave you mandate to represent wonderful Belarusian people, and I'm honored to be one of those who decided to fight with this regime at last in 27 years. And but I realize that I'm not alone. There are a lot of wonderful women around me, a lot of women sacrificed with their freedom in Belarus and now are jailed, like Masha Kolesnikova or Tonya Konovalova, who paid their price for their fight. And our task, our obligation is to, first of all, to release all of them, because they are suffering for us as well. But of course, our main aim is to bring our country to democratic changes where women and men will be free to be vocal about the situation, to express their thoughts without any fear. And of course, I understand the responsibility in front of my children, in front of our future generation. We want them to live in the country not being scared by the government, but to to be free to travel, to express their opinion, and this is what I can do. Until I can do this, I will do this.
And it seems to be often the thinking about our children that make us do these steps that don't come natural, but we feel like now is the moment we have to do that. Catherine, you have been working on so many conflicts around the world. I'm so happy to have these two colleagues here with me who are fighting at the front line, not just for women's rights, but for democracy and freedom and the future of their countries. Yet we don't see too many women in these leadership roles. Are women an untapped resource, something we miss out on when we try to make peace and work for democracy?
I just want to say how honored I am, Svetlana and Ola, to be sitting alongside you. Not just as women, but also as leaders. I have some idea of the pressure that you are under every day. And your countries are really fortunate to have you. So thank you. And should we thank them for everything they do? In my experience, there are women who come forward and who are part of the fights for democracy, for freedom, for human rights. I saw that so often in my time as High Representative in Belarus, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, in the countries affected by the Arab Spring and beyond. But too often, the women who were prepared to be on the front line were then told to go home. I can remember talking to women in Egypt who said, "We have been here for weeks. We have fought alongside our brothers, our husbands, our fathers, our sons, our cousins, to get the kind of future we want. And now they tell us, you've done. It's time to go home." We still do not build into our thinking about negotiation and the future of nations the fact that women bring a perspective that is at least as valuable as any man's perspective, but also that the best team to negotiate or to put forward ideas for the future of a country and to build a nation are men and women working together. And until we really address that, Hannah, we will not have resolved this conflict at the heart of what we try and do. We can pass UN resolutions, we can say it's true, but we will still find ourselves dominated in most of the situations that I've experienced of negotiation by a world that is essentially designed by only half the population. And so these women are to be credited, but our job at this conference is to make sure that as they build the future of their countries, that they're at the forefront of building the future of their countries and that they remain in that position in the future.
Thank you, Catherine. And I think, and maybe that's something that has changed over the last 5 to 10 years, we have an agreement in this room that, yes, it is important to continue to have women at the forefront, that there should be women in decisive positions at the negotiation table, yet we still fail to often do that in practice. One example that has been very emotional for me was the situation in Afghanistan, where we have these incredibly educated, well-networked, smart, outspoken women, and already the negotiation between Trump and the Taliban ignored them, then they were even more ignored in the peace talks that collapsed, and now they are completely absent, in exile, reduced to their role as being a refugee and not tapped on as the incredible resource they are. So what is it that we do wrong? And maybe that question goes directly to you, Ola, and to you, Svetlana. What is the kind of support that you think in your context, Ukraine and then Belarus, would be needed to make sure that women can continue to play this role at the forefront in shaping the future of these countries? Maybe Ola, you, and then to you, Svetlana.
Well, it's rather complicated to shape it this way, because at this stage you have me speaking to you, and earlier the First Lady of Ukraine has been here and will soon join us again. And we see that basically at this stage Ukraine being in a full-scale war serves as an example of woman empowerment by itself.
So what can we learn from that then for other contexts?
So I think this is exactly something which Catherine said, that we should recognize that sometimes men fear to recognize that woman has an equal rights, and sometimes it's happening in a way that men in politics act as if you are having a mandate and doing something, like as if they allow you to do something that you think is important. So I think that basically recognition of equality and knowing that the women are the drivers, and they are not allowed to be the drivers. They do it in the equal way. And basically, I think the second lesson to be learned is the preparedness. We're talking about the war happening in my country and unbelievable atrocities brought by the multiple war crimes committed on my soil. But also, the whole Europe is now suffering through a energy and gas crisis and many other elements which test our resilience. So the same with the gender policy. We should be resilient to anything which can undermine this equality, and we should keep on sustaining and build the policy and close the loopholes which are blocking women from access to politics, to equal payment, to be heard, so that their voices to be heard. In Ukraine, this has not been the case. We have a lot of things to be done. We have been investing for almost 8 years in gender policy and security and defense sector. And now we see that women have equal access to the profession, and they are treated by ordinary soldiers on the battlefield in the equal way.
And that's clearly something that is a change, at least in how I perceive it from the outside. It's not, now we need to solve the war and then we can talk about women's issues again. But it's really women claiming to have their role in how to deal with this war, in diplomacy, externally, but also domestically. Svetlana, what would be the experience that you want to share as a lessons learned from your struggle and the struggle of other women, especially the democratic opposition in Belarus?
For sure, Belarusian regime in 2020 underestimated the role of women in the society. They didn't expect that our women would go on the front line of this fight with dictatorship. And maybe we underestimated the cruelty of the regime, because we couldn't imagine that, this so-called brave men, KGB, OMON, will hit women, will detain women, will torture women in jails. But many days in a row, Belarusian women in white, beautiful dresses went out to show that our revolution is peaceful. We want changes in our country through peaceful means. And actually, since 2020, Belarusian women are continuing their fight in media, in human rights defending centers. A lot of women are still being detained in Belarus. And actually, in future Belarus there will be no questions about the role of women. We proved already that we worth respect, that we can rule not only our families but also the countries, the movements, the organizations. And now, of course, we need support not only as women but as democratic movement. We need Belarus to be on agenda. We need to not to overlook Belarus in this difficult situation. Actually, our women also supporting Ukrainian path, Ukrainian cause as much as we can in our situation. I have to say that when there were millions of Ukrainian refugees fleeing the war, Belarusian women worked a lot as volunteers because we know what it is, to grab your child one bag and flee the country without anything. We understand this pain, and we Belarusian people created several shelters for Ukrainian refugees. So we have to support each other, not only women but as nations. But actually there will be, I'm sure, more and more very important roles in the future of both our countries and the future of the world led by women.
And often it's that pragmatic solidarity amongst women, or sisterhood, I think, is a term that is growing, that sometimes also helps to solve long-standing issues and conflicts. Svetlana, I was told, because our panel started a bit later, that you have to leave a bit earlier, and I was told to be very precise on making sure that you leave on time. So I think if you want to make a final remark or final statement before we let you leave, the woman that clearly showed Lukashenko not to underestimate women, go for it.
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to tell a little more about Belarus, about leadership of Belarusian women in our fight and in our fight for democratic changes, and also for our support to Ukraine. I really want all the democratic countries to stay united, to keep consistent policy towards our region, to support Ukraine as much as you can, but also to create multiple points of pressure on the regime in our country and to support civil society. I have to say that the fates of Ukraine and fate of Belarus are intertwined, and without free Ukraine, there will be no free Belarus. But also without free Belarus, there will be constant threat to Ukraine, to Poland, Lithuania, to all our neighbors. And Belarus is the part of crisis in our region, and this crisis has to be solved in complex. So we are not asking you fighting instead of us. We are asking for your support to give us energy to fight ourselves. So I'm really calling for your unity, for your assistance, for your support of our Belarusian cause, and of course to Ukrainians, because we are important. And now we are on the front line of fight between dictatorship and democracy, and it's moral obligation of every country to support us in this difficult period of our history. Thank you.
Thank you for these very clear words, and yes, you are free to go. Thank you for being with us here on stage today, Svetlana. I think Svetlana just described in a very good way how it's often women who are at the forefront of the fight against dictatorship. Yet when we have peace negotiations, ceasefire negotiations, we usually put the people around the table who hold territory with weapons, who happen to be men, and we leave out the people that for sometimes decades tried to fight for peaceful, constructive, non-violent solutions. How on earth can we break that pattern?
Well, I think we are breaking the pattern, and I think that's a very positive point in our development, that as women have moved into these important roles, not just in terms of their own communities, where we've always found women on the front line in any conflict, but have also taken leadership roles. So they are refusing to be denied the opportunity to be part of the solution and to do it in solidarity with other women in other communities. And that matters hugely, because women have often been isolated, have been told, as I've said before, to go home, have not been recognized. When they can work together, there is a greater chance for them to be able to put forward not just the case for women, but also the case for their communities and for their country. I could take you to a very dusty part of Mogadishu in Somalia and show you a group of women who for 15 to 20 years have been fighting al-Shabaab and have been working together to try and build their communities, take their children away from becoming child soldiers, and have worked out how to, if you like, have their own form of government. These women are now at the forefront in Somalia of trying to help the building of their nation. I can take you to places all over the world where you see women increasingly active and engaged and refusing to be told that they should simply go back to their homes. And I can also see a recognition in the international community that one of the ways to ensure success in any negotiation, mediation, any attempt to build a future is to make sure that interwoven within the agreement is a recognition that it's women and men working together that build societies. The different perspectives, the different experiences, the knowledge, the understanding, the depth of the work that has been done, I would argue particularly by women, is something that can build that future more successfully. So I think we are at the beginning of that change, and it's thanks to women like the women I'm sitting next to, including you, Hannah, for your work, that the differences are really being made, and I can see that.
Thank you, Catherine. And now we were up here on stage being 4 women discussing about how women can have a bigger role in foreign and security policy. I'm happy that we have at least some men in the audience. Sometimes when we have this kind of discussion, we don't even have men in the audience. So thank you for being here. But I mean, it's one world and it's one piece. So Olha, from your experience, what kind of role can and should men play in making sure that, well, women sit on the table, women feel comfortable, women speak up, and that we reach the kind of change also on the decision-making tables that we need to build a sustainable peace? Or even reach a situation where we can discuss about this?
You know, it's already been confirmed by all the UN states that women plays and could play a very specific role in issues related to a peaceful settlement of various conflicts. And based on this understanding, there's been multiple elements of the policies enshrined. And I want to have all of us a very simple parallel. One of the most fascinating things the whole world discovered about Ukraine when the full-scale war started, a part of our magnificent armed forces and the management of our defense by President Zelensky and Chief of Command, is the resilience of our administration. From the first bomb shelled on our land, we remained fully operational. The government, the parliament, all the local institutions. We've been investing in this resilience for years. Since 2014, when the Crimea has been annexed and the war started in Donbass. So we have building preparedness for anything. And I think when we're talking about the equality and equal access to things, it's also building the resilience. It's not about personalities, whether like men are better than women or women are better than men. There's been a time in our history when there's been a significant inequality. And we should, on each of every nation, build this resilience and close these loopholes of inequality in our procedures, legislation, and not put like women's versus men. It's some part of our history which needs to be corrected. And it's not always easily seen that, for example, until the last year, Ukrainian women in the armed forces didn't have the feminine shoes. You know, this is something that men in the command wouldn't think that is important. You know, and now it has been changed and it's not a case anymore. So building resilience by sustainable policies is the only way to move through. But also, I'm particularly proud that now Ukraine is leaded as an example of the woman power. I see here Oля Айвазовська, Ганна Гопко, Dasha Гайдай, Олена Тригуб. These women has been caught in the middle of the war in the various places, in the various situations, but they've been preparing Ukraine for the membership in EU under the bombshells, mobilizing hundreds of people, advocating and nearly squeezing the necks of the US Congress to provide Ukraine with the military support, and everything has been there. So there is no for an answer for Ukraine, for Ukrainian women. When something depends on us, we do it for 100%, without any cliche, without anything that might stop us. And I think this is the best example of empowerment, but also all of the things we managed to do right now. And particularly my physical presence here is possible because we remained resilient, because we laid a very strong background to be where we are.
And I'm very glad that we had some time at the end of this day to just listen and acknowledge these amazing experiences coming from Belarus, coming from Ukraine, coming from other parts of the world, shared by you, Catherine, of women running the show over and over look, because it still doesn't fit into the usual stereotypes. But they are there. They are changing the course of history. Both of you do. I'm very glad I was allowed to sit next to you. And political decisions get better the more diverse the people are who make them. Not because women or men are better, not because colored or white people are better, but because if we bring the diversity to the table, the political decisions get better. It's something that has been acknowledged a lot already in the private sector. It's time that we acknowledge that broadly, especially when we discuss about the future of societies and about war and peace. So thank you both of you for sharing this panel with me, and I hope you enjoyed it. And there will be an award ceremony, I was told, in a few seconds. So please stay here to pay your tribute to the awardees, and thank you for being with us for the last 40 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, thank you for staying with us throughout the entire program of tonight's Global Outlook. As you have seen from the panel that just has concluded, women are really at the heart of the Warsaw Security Forum. And I'm extremely excited to say that our annual Night of Freedom ceremony will be no different. I would like to, with this, officially open the Night of Freedom ceremony, the 2022 Night of Freedom ceremony, and yield the floor to the president of the Casimir Pulaski Foundation and my dear husband, Zbigniew Pisarski.
Thank you, Katarzyna. I think it's a lot about couples, even during this ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, honorable guests, good evening and welcome to the 2022 Warsaw Security Forum award ceremony to recognize this year's Night of Freedom. But before we'll start, in honor of Ukrainian brothers and sisters who are literally in the fight of their lives every moment of every day since February 24th particularly, I ask you all to stand up and join me in recognizing a moment of silence for those who lost their life fighting the Russian invaders, defending not only their freedom and their independence, but also ours. A moment of silence. Thank you. Please sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to represent Casimir Pulaski Foundation, a Polish think tank dedicated to foreign policy and security. Our work has never been so important, meaningful like these days. Memories of General Casimir Pulaski are extremely relevant today as well. Our patron, legendary Polish General Casimir Pulaski, was a fighter for freedom and democracy. And in 1768, he made a name for himself by forming a rebellion against the Russian influence into the Polish government. So resisting Russia is part of Pulaski Foundation DNA. The people of Ukraine are now fighting the Russian army on their own soil, defending not only their freedom and their independence, but also ours. Ukrainian people fight for whole Europe and whole free world. General Pulaski was devoted above all to three universal values: freedom, justice, and democracy. The preservation of our hard-won freedom requires constant vigilance, effort, and unfortunately, occasional sacrifice. But General Pulaski knew it too well. He sacrificed his life in a battle, defending our friends from the United States. This is why it is important that we recognize those who remind us that freedom and democracy are not given for granted, and that even today, people have to sacrifice their life for defending them. These exceptional individuals we recognize each year as the Night of Freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, the Night of Freedom Award will be awarded to 44 million of freedom fighters, the people of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to inform you that the award on behalf of the people of Ukraine will be received tonight by the First Lady of Ukraine, Madame Olena Zelenska. Madame Zelenska, please join me. Ladies and gentlemen, laudation speech will be delivered by the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Madame Ingrida Šimonytė. Madam Prime Minister, please join me here on the stage. The floor is yours.
Dear Madam Olena Zelenska, dear hosts and guests of this ceremony, друзі, брати і сестри українці. I was 14 in August 1989, when 2 million Lithuanians, Latvians, and Estonians joined hands in a human chain, the Baltic Way, to show the world that our nations would not rest until we regained freedom. Only half a year passed, and Lithuania restored its independence. 14 people sacrificed their lives for our freedom in January 1991. But the power of free people managed to stop Russian tanks. Lithuania restored and defended its independence at what now seems to be a relatively modest toll. As a teenager, I couldn't possibly comprehend all political, economic, social implications of those events, but I could grasp the magnitude of the moment. And I learned one thing very clearly. A country is only as strong as the resolve of its people to fight for their freedom and to defend their homeland. Many years have passed, but this conviction only grew stronger. And today, I can say with full certainty, Ukraine is invincible. Everyone who has eyes could have seen it during the Orange Revolution, when the people of Ukraine chose real democracy over silent obedience. They did not hesitate to demonstrate that no one ever would steal an election from them. Everyone who has eyes should have seen it during the Revolution of Dignity, when the people of Ukraine chose independence and European future over the return to the unloving arms of a Russian stepmother. Neither the winter frost nor bullets fired by their own authorities scared them away from claiming their right to decide the fate of their own country. Everyone who has eyes must have seen it when tens and thousands of men and women in Ukraine volunteered to defend their country against Russia's undeclared coward war in Donbass in 2014. Since 2014, this war turned Ukrainian people into a nation where hundreds of thousands fight and millions help, as President Zelensky aptly said. An army of 44 million who know what they fight for. Yet, a dictator in an isolated bunker and his paper generals refused to open their eyes and see. Their people could have looked and listened, but failed to really see and comprehend. And therefore, on the 24th of February, we woke up to a nightmare turned reality. All the civilized world grasped with outrage, but also with fear. of a war our generation had hoped we would never witness in real life, unfolding before our eyes against an independent, sovereign Ukraine, and soon possibly knocking at our own doors, of a dreadful thought that the dark times of brutal, vulturous dictators redrawing the state borders by sheer military force are back to our continent. Many have feared that Kyiv would indeed fall. If not in 3 days, then in a couple of weeks. Many have feared that people of Ukraine might not persevere, even with all our heartfelt support and all the help we could give. But the army of 44 million did not fear. Ukraine has shown to the whole world how the second mightiest army in the world chokes on the bravery and courage of freedom-loving people. Whoever chose to be blind can now see with full clarity that the people of Ukraine will be standing for every inch of their territory and for the right of each and every child of Ukraine to be raised in free and independent homeland. That Ukraine will win this war in the end, or else it will not be the end. Gradually, our fear paled against the admiration of the bravery and courage of the people of Ukraine, because it takes courage to take up arms and fight for your country, to give up safety abroad and return in millions to join brothers and sisters in arms in full and conscious readiness to sacrifice their life for their country. It takes courage to remain in the cities and villages, to provide medical care for the people in bomb shelters, to rescue victims from wreckage, to extinguish fire, to demine and repair destroyed bridges, roads, and houses, to deliver food and teach children under falling Russian missiles. It takes courage to fulfill everyday tasks such as farming, planting, and harvesting, risking being blown on a landmine every minute. It takes courage to keep the state functioning and reforms ongoing, even speeding them up to fast forward Ukraine for the path towards EU and NATO membership. It takes courage to stay as a walking target and lead the fight, refusing the offer for a ride and asking for weapons and ammunition instead, as your husband, Madame Zelenska, did. As did all the leadership of Ukraine. And it also takes courage to leave home, to bring your children and elderly to safety, to travel thousands of kilometers, often under shelling, and to start a new, if temporary, life in a foreign country, submitting to the goodwill of complete strangers. Ukrainian bravery has lightened up the cities around the world in blue and yellow, reminding that it is thanks to Ukrainians that our people can still enjoy justice, security, human rights, and freedoms, that they can plan for the future. Ukrainian bravery is changing the world, making every country and every person decide on which side of the history they want to be. Ukrainian bravery makes our continent safer by giving push for political decisions long delayed due to lack of political will or ambition, such as cutting off energy dependence on Russia, increasing defense spending, or moving forward with the EU enlargement. I only pray that we in the West maintain a fraction of this courage to keep our unity and not tremble under Russia's constant bullying, energy blackmail, and nuclear saber rattling. Because it is our duty not to lose perspective at the sight of an energy bill or a prospect of falling support ratings, and keep helping Ukraine win this crucial war. I saw the power of Lithuanian people with my own eyes at the dawn of our independence, and I'm certain that people of Lithuania and my government, as well as any government they might choose in the future, will stand by the people of Ukraine until your victory and ours and beyond. Every victim of Russian aggression will be mourned. Everyone who have killed and tortured people of Ukraine in unspeakable ways will face not only God's tribunal, but also justice by an international tribunal. Every inch of Ukraine will be rebuilt better by the people of Ukraine and with the help of all governments of the civilized world and the people of goodwill around the globe. Until then, I'm honored and humbled to have the chance today applaud the bravery and courage of the people of Ukraine. I think it is only fitting and symbolic that you, Madame Zelenska, are receiving it on behalf of your nation. Because even though you might have not chosen this role, today you embody every woman of Ukraine who puts fear aside and does her own part in helping Ukraine win. And you carry this task with patience and grace I truly admire. This award might be one of the many the invincible people of Ukraine will rightfully receive. But the biggest award of all, I have no doubt, will be the one of their own making, the victory of good over evil, the victory of Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
The Knight of Freedom Award comes in the form of the exact replica of the General Casimir Pulaski saber.
Thank you. 2 words. Шановні засновники, організатори та члени капітули нагороди Лицаря Свободи. Пані та панове, моя промова буде дуже короткою. Я хочу сказати, що отримати цю нагороду – велика честь для мого народу, народу України. А для мене сьогодні велика честь тримати її в руках. Відчуття, що ти тримаєш відображення лицарського духу самої Польщі. Ви знаєте, ви надаєте нам духовну зброю кожного дня. Є один старий польський девіз, який знають всі українці, знали його задовго до війни. А зараз ці слова відображають цю сутність нашого братерства. За нашу і вашу свободу. Дякуємо, що ви з нами зараз. Знаємо, що ви будете з нами до кінця, а саме до нашої і вашої перемоги. Дякуємо.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Zelenska. Thank you also to all our Ukrainian friends here in the room for your fight, for your struggles, and for your conviction for democracy and freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude our today's programming, but this is not the end. We invite you all for a reception with wonderful music, which will be provided to us by our guest country, Germany. So I'm looking forward to seeing you just in a moment in the Chicago room, just next door, for an evening of live music, some food, and of course, German beer. See you there.